Did it work? Am I doing things right today? I did. Okay. Hello. First, yes, you are. Hey, dude. How's it going? How's it going? Good to see you guys. Got the things going right. Excellent, excellent. All right. go off from there, and we'll get right to it. I think. Boom, boom. Well, shoot. Ha ha ha. I almost didn't do what I meant to do. Oops, shoot. It is that. Again, how many of these have we done? Private, instrument, commercial, CFI, multi. I don't think, did we go over like the actual, like PTS, the standards for all of them? I don't know. The big ones, I think. So, flight instructor instrument practical test standards for airplane rating and witchcraft rating. We are not witchcrafting yet. Okay, so the first thing we do, we scroll down and we scroll further and then we scroll further. Can tell I prepped this very well. Okay, so addition of an instrument instructor rating to a flight instructor certificate. So the areas of operation that are required versus the flight instructor certificate and rating held. So I have airplane, however, boop a doop a doop boop. I also have instrument airplane. So I don't have to do number one. Shoot, I should duplicate this. Hang on. How do I, oop, that's, hang on. Ooh, can I even do that? I don't know if I can do that actually, now that I think about it. Well, yeah, I'll just swap between, I guess. Oh, shoot, that's not gonna work, is it? Ooh, is it? Nope, that's not gonna work. Oh, well. So, number one, I'll just read off what it is. Find my little documents. Well, number one is the FO. Hang on. Okay, no, there is no change. Okay, good. So the legend, airplane, blah blah, instrument airplane. So that's what I got, instrument airplane. N indicates that the area of operation is not required. So actually, I'll just go down just a smidgy, smooth. Did we lose things? Sorry. I don't know why. F's in the chat, we back. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't saying anything interesting. So that's okay. This is as I'm trying to figure this out. That's okay if we lose it just a little bit and then it should definitely just get better. Dang it. There. Okay. So, yeah, so this column here, can I like, nope, that didn't work. I'm so good at this. I was so prepared. Oh, boom. Yay, that's what we want. This is what it is. So task 1 is the FOI, so that is not required. And if I haven't talked about this before, I did talk to the... Hi! How's it going? Good to see you. We had just slight technical difficulty just before here, so hopefully it is no longer being technically difficult. Hopefully that was it. I mean, it is saying it is a little unstable, so apologies. However, we shall continue going. I'm just going over this ball stuff. So, like I said, if the technical difficulties are... Oh my god, look what it did! It circled things! Okay, I want to make it bigger so that it circles all of them. No, don't do that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. That wasn't doing what I thought it was. So yes, so fundamentals of instructing. Sorry. Finishing what I was saying. The instructor at work airport who took his II with the examiner who I am going to take, with whom I am going to take the mine with. He said that, or that CFI, now II, said that that examiner follows this list, doesn't do more than is required. So that's cool. That works. I mean, I do. I have all of my FOI lesson plans there from initial CFI. I have been thinking I should go through them again at some point. However, have not done that yet. So, FOI, not necessary. Technical subject areas is number 2, and C is regulations and publications related to IFR operations. So that is all the documents and stuff. The FARs, the AIM, the TERPs, the instrument procedures handbook and flying handbook, and the, instrument approach procedures, departure procedures, all of those sorts of things. That's all encompassed in there. And I have a lesson plan for it, which maybe I will bring onto here at some point and work through. That would probably be a good idea. So yes. Oh, okay. Once again, going live and interrupting your Shepherd Hair studies. Oh, darn it. Okay. Like I would be super curious. Do you have any like interesting tidbits? I don't want to say any questions, but like this would be a good like practice for both of us, I think. You have you written on Monday. You're going to be just fine. Or do you feel good about it? I bet you feel awesome about it. So wait, how far are you through the Shepherd Air? Because I'm trying to think. And this is just a me thing. I swear I didn't actually schedule my written until I was like through the Shepherd Air. Because I didn't want to, but that's just me. I'm such a nervous test taker. I don't know if that possibly could come through, but yes. So yes, let me know. 3. So that's the thing, is the regulations and publications related to IFR operations. Boom, that's the big one. Have that done. I also made aircraft flight instruments and navigation equipment. Spent a long, words I can't say because I'm a lady, time on that, and that was helpful already. I'll talk about that later. Aeromedical factors, I used my one from CFII. That one's B. And didn't have to change a whole lot except a little more emphasis on the spatial disorientation ones. And then the logbook entries related to instrument instruction. And I basically just revamped my CFI one and made it specific to instrument stuff. So IPC check as well. And I should probably, I've been gearing my training toward the, my own training and study toward the actual training of instrument applicants, and not looking as much at the IPC. Yeah, the IPC. So I think I should look at that a little bit more. So those are the technical subject areas. 3 is pre-flight preparation. Weather information, I started revamping my weather lesson plan for that. Cross-country flight planning, I think I'm pretty solid on that one. I feel like I could work through that one. Instrument cockpit check. I am gonna have I didn't make a lesson plan for that, but that is something that I do want to go over. Yeah, get down a little bit better. 4 is the pre-flight lesson on a maneuver to be performed in flight, not required. 5, air traffic control clearances and procedures, not required. However, I probably will have to do that anyway because, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to the other double I a bit. You feel like 80% awesome? Well, that's all you need to pass. So you're finishing up step 3, step 4, and 5 should be short. Right. Okay. Sounds good. Excellent. Well, yay. You do. You got a little bit of time left, and you're going to be just fine. They are. I do like the instrument stuff. There is just so freaking much. And again, we'll come back to this. I was able to do some ground with friend instructor, and I got a lot of questions answered. We got really weedy into some things and just really nice and in depth in other things. And it definitely helped. But it is, once you understand, some things seem really confusing until you really understand them, and then you really understand them, but then they get confusing again because then you kind of anyway. But yeah, it is. It's, yeah. Then there's other stuff where it's just like, why? But it is what it is. So 6, flight by reference to instruments is required completely. So straight and level flight, turns, change of airspeed in straight and level and turning flight, constant airspeed climbs and descents, constant rate climbs and descents, time turns to magnetic compass headings, steep turns. Oh, I haven't done the steep turns in a while for the instrument stuff. And then recovery from unusual flight attitudes. Excellent. Okay. Yep. I do. I have all of that stuff done in my little in-flight cheat sheets, but I haven't done them in a while. Navigation systems, number 7 is not required. Number 8, instrument approach procedures requires either A or B, and then this part down here in combination with C, D, or E. So A or B is either a precision approach or a non-precision approach. And then it has to be in combination with either a missed approach, a circling approach, or a landing from a straight in approach. Number 9, emergency operations is just yes. So A, loss of communications. B, approach with loss of primary. Oh, sorry. So loss of communications. So that is the Avenue F and MEA or AMI, whichever one you want to use. As well as all the other procedures, which, yeah, expect further clearance time and things like that, which talked about with instructor as well. We'll get into that. And then B, approach with loss of primary flight instrument indicators. And for the aircraft that I am flying with the GI-275s, GI-275, pop the PFD circuit breaker, and the MFD one reverts to the primary flight display instruments, which has the CDIs and glide slope available. So, question mark? I'll have to talk to the other double I about that. Or the other CFI who is now double I about that. Number 9, that was the emergency operations. And number 10, post-flight procedures, checking instruments and equipment. I'll be honest, I haven't thought about that one. I mean, make sure everything's good. Turn the pitot heat off after landing. And all the normal stuff. I don't know. Yeah, that. You feel like the questions regarding which CDI relates to the aircraft position questions are annoying because you feel like it is second nature in the plane, but on the test, you really have to think about it. Okay, so, and that's the question is which. So you say CDI, is it, and this is the thing is I get like confused about this stuff too. CDI or HSI or OBS or like which one or all of them, because that is the thing. And I will say, like the instrument stuff, that's where I have found the most where you really have to be precise, but or I should say have precision, but with the words that you're looking at, because just a little tiny change, just one little word makes the whole thing different. You know what I mean? So yeah. So I don't know, yeah. You also confuse the MRA and MoCA sometimes still. So the MRA, that's the, oh God, minimum reception altitude, right? And then MoCA is just the minimum obstruction clearance altitude. So, okay, hang on. Let me, okay. I will say, I keep mixing up the MoCA and the AROCA, because I was going to be like, oh, the AROCA is just like the MEF, but for instruments. So the MoCA is for obstruction clearance, as well as navigational aid reception. When if it's a VOR, hang on. let me find my. Oh God, I promise I used to know this. This is terrible. Hang on. Nope, not that one. So yes, so, okay, let me work backwards. So MEA, minimum en route altitude. Is it this one? This one. Oh no, I did the wrong one. What a silly. Sorry. So MEA, minimum en route altitude, provides both obstruction clearance and reception from the navigational aid it's based on. The MockISH provides just obstruction clearance as well as hang on. See, this is the thing, is I understood it one way, and now going over the stuff for my my lesson plans, it puts it into a different perspective. So let me find the thing. Okay, so altitudes. 91,177 minimum IFR altitudes. You have to, except for takeoff and landing, you may not operate below the applicable minimum altitudes in parts 95 and 97. If both an MEA and a MockISH are given, you are able to operate below the MEA with navigation signals, because then you still have obstruction clearance and then you have the navigation signals, but you are not able to go below the MockISH. And see, then I get myself all turned around with this stuff. So yeah, so if there's both an MEA and a MockISH, you can go below the MEA, not below the MockISH, but you can only go below that's only true if you're using a VOR, it's only true within 22 nautical miles. Yeah, that's why. It's like, whoa. Hang on. Let's go here for a second. Let's see if we can find some stuff. Let's make it make sense to each other. On the test, they're all HSIs, right? And that is you get really good at it when you're doing like while you're doing the test stuff, you get it down pretty well, right? But then the next written test that you have to do with them, you forgot all of the stuff that you're supposed to do for it, all the tips and tricks. So don't feel bad about that. Like it's just like a weird section. But IRL, all you have is a CDI and a DG. You will be happy to have an HSI at some point, I will say. So yeah, like yes, you might not use it now, but it will be nice, huh, Darth? At some point in your journey. You accept the invite to go to the skies. You are ready to not learn. What are you talking about? Hello, how is it going? How's it going? We are looking for a thing. Okay. Where was it? I just saw it. Shoot. I saw one and now I've lost it. Okay. So we have MEA and we have our MockISH. So you are allowed the fact that it says just a precision approach or a non-precision approach, that sounds kind of to me like I only got to do one approach, right? And I feel like it would be the precision one. Vernon. Oh no, F in the chat, what happened? Are we back? Hello, are we back? I could do silly things and y'all wouldn't know. Do, 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 do. Oh no, it's a little behind. You're gonna see me do silly things. All right, I'll keep going and try to talk myself out of that. Okay, so we're going. Okay, so maybe this one. No, come back. Is it being silly again? That's okay. I'll just get all the planning done. How's that sound? And then. Wait, hang on, which one is this? Did I click this one or which one did I click? Hang on. Yeah, okay. Okay, so here, so we'll come from here, we'll go out, we'll bop around with some, we'll see, okay. Oops, hang on. Nope. So we want KMWA. We'll go here. Statute miles, or whatever the standard is, we'll check the stuff, or we would have to check the stuff. With a minimum climb of 235 feet per nautical mile up to 1,200. We have a departure procedure, that makes sense, before turning left. 472, so that is 1,100, 7, 6. Looking at the stuff. I am going to pause for just a second. Well, not pause, but I'm going to bring that off so that I can look up a thing. So I was thinking of terps. I was thinking of terps, and then I was thinking departure procedures, and so I put them together and I got derps. And I feel like that needs to be a thing now. Minimums. No. The terp supplement. There. No. This one? Let's see, shall we? Oh no, it's not even opening. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's not even opening up a PDF. It's that far behind. And I apologize for the technically problems at the moment. We shall see. It's a very large PDF, apparently. Well, we will. We'll see about that. Maybe we'll just ignore that. What I was going to do, I was going to try to be a little bit more thorough. But yeah, so standard, and that was, I don't know if I brought this up, if this was on stream or if this was just with Friendstructor or if it was just with stream. So I'm not sure. Let me find my thing again. So the regulations. Okay, so standard instrument departures. Both textual and graphical. Textual and graphic clearance. Only if the aircraft clears the end of the runway at least 35 feet AGL. Climbs to 400 feet above the airport elevation before turning, and climbs at least 200 feet per nautical mile unless the higher gradient is specified. So here is our higher gradient being specified. But the other thing is what I was trying to get into is this PDF, and it's being really slow, is that chart I think we looked at last time where depending on the, I could just find it on here. Hang on. Okay. Documents. digital terminal procedures supplement thing. So the instrument takeoff and approach procedure charts. If that's helpful. So it gives the ground speed, the angle of the path thing, and the feet per nautical mile. So, takeoff and approach procedure, rate of descent. Yeah, that's probably a silly. See that? Okay, that actually makes sense now, because I was thinking that this was connected, and now I am seeing that it is probably not, because this is descent, and what we're talking about right now is climb. So what we talked about last time, and or what I talked about with instructor, was the 200 feet per nautical mile. Hang on, yeah, is kind of like for-ish multi-engine loss of an engine. So multi-engine, single engine situation. Because 200 feet is a thing for something. I haven't fully made that connection, but it's there. So that makes a little bit more sense. So like if you were going on an instrument approach, an instrument departure, and all multi-engine, and you lose an engine, as long as you maintain that 200 feet per nautical mile, you will still remain clear. Yeah. Ah. You don't know why they cannot just give the gradient in feet per minute, since that is what pilots use. Because it depends. Hang on. So, okay. So if you're descending at feet per minute, that has nothing to do with, you could be descending at 200 feet per minute in a tiny plane and cover very little ground. You could be descending at 200 feet per minute in a very fast plane and be covering a lot of ground. So then all of this stuff is based on like the angle. No, and that is an excellent question. And I have had the same thought. But the reason that they do that is because it has to be about the angle. It has to be about the angle, because the angles give you that obstacle clearance. Does that make sense? So, well, this is something that friend instructor and I got deep into. We talked about on stream at some point the visual segment obstacles thing, where in some of the profile views they'll say the visual segment obstacles. So so that's a thing. So there's an obstacle somewhere. You're not going to hit it, but the way that they have it set up, the angle that's given, it has to be a okay. So there's two different angles. There's 20 to 1 and there's 34 to 1. You're usually coming in on the 20 to 1, but in order for it to be certified a certain way, there needs to be no obstacles within the 34 to 1. So if you're coming in on this angle and there's an obstacle in that 34 to 1, if it penetrates that angle, that is too close to be certified a certain way. Did that make sense at all? It would depend on ground speed. Yes, exactly. So that's why, like, it's following those very structured things. Yeah, that. So that is why that the terminal procedure publication supplement with the approach procedure charts, the rate of descent. It's the whole, you probably have seen it in your, or will see it in your ground stuff. It's got that whole table, the ground speed, the angle, the feet per nautical mile. And then it's like, okay, so if you were going this ground speed and you want this angle, what feet per minute? But then when you have when it gives you like the arrival charts and or the instrument approach procedures, it'll give you, if you want this angle, what feet per minute would you need to use for your aircraft? Hello, hello! Nathan's Plates, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? And welcome, everyone. Good to have you. We're talking about instrument stuff. I'm trying to get this PDF up. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so I apologize for that. If we go off, we will be back. So yes, apologies for that in advance. However, let me see what's happening with it. Is it still unstable? Much like my patience? Yes. So the, so that is you for your specific aircraft have to calculate that feet per minute, based on the information in the chart and everything. Oh, I must look. Raid button, smash that raid button. There's a, is that a thing? Can I say it like that? Yes. So yeah. I feel, but yeah, you have to calculate it yourself. But, and that's the thing. Okay, so let's look. Glide slope, 3 degrees. So for our aircraft, gosh darn it. So for our aircraft, if we want, and this is, kind of. So from the FAF, let's just say it, let's just go from the FAF. From the FAF, say, so for localizer, if we did not have the glide slope, localizer only, we take the FAF to our missed approach point, which now that I'm saying that, hang on. It should be, I want to say it's the runway, but why doesn't it say it? Gosh darn it. Hang on. Localizer. So 840 MDA. Glide path, that is that. So the VDP, you can use it as a missed approach point because what gave me a different way of thinking about it. So VDP, what I've always heard definition wise is it point, the final point from which you can continue to using normal maneuvers in order to get like touched down on the runway. So what for instructor told me is PAPIs or the glides, PAPIs meets the MDA. Hello. Darn it, British voice while I'm doing this silly stuff talking about this. Seems to be, sounds good. I am. Sometimes I have that where it's, yeah, where like it kind of starts off and it's just like not wanting to, it gets, yes, it decides to get better. Well, we'll see. British voice for 1 minute. And once again, any of the voices that I do are very terrible. Just them in a while. And so they're just going to sound like words I can't say. I can't say because I'm a lady. Starting the time. Yes, globe slide. Yes. Is that a reference that I don't understand? I like it over. Oh, sorry. British. I like it either way. So yes. So VDP. See, that's the thing. Well, wait. So if this doesn't, hang on. See, if I, and that's the thing. It seems like depending on which approach plate that you decide some things are very obvious, and then there's other things that are not. And you get so used to having all of the little bits that things are actually supposed to be. So let me just find my legend here. Ah, there it is. You got your terrible British voice. You're welcome. All right, talking like a normal person. Okay. Where am I? Here. There it is. Okay, so. Approach point, missed approach track. But that doesn't give me. ILS or localizer. Okay, so here's the thing. So yes, this is something that I guess I haven't thought of, and I think I've gotten mixed up with it. So I've always, like, say with the localizer, I would just do it at the runway threshold as the missed approach point. But I think that's a silly. So let me check this one. Because, and to be honest, this makes so much more sense. So this is a silly. Okay, hang on. Let me find a VOR. It does. It has to be. It can't be. Okay. So this is VDPs are just a curveball in general. Well, it is. I remember being like really confused about them. They seem like sort of normal-ish now, but I can also understand that as well. Oh, hello. And the monkey. Am I a good monkey? That was, I don't know, that came out wrong. Anyway, so yes, hello, how's it going? So, and this is why these like little itty bitty details, ILS or localizer versus like a VOR, which has DME, or or an RNAV approach, which obviously has the runway because fix on the GPS. And it's not something that I had thought of because I always do the ILS and I don't think about the localizer thing. And we do the FAF to map timing thing, but never thought about it because I always thought, yeah. Well, but that's, hang on. Well, that's the other thing too, because this one technically has, you know, the distances. Okay, now I'm freaking confused. Now I've just got myself into, like... My brain's all turned around and I can't figure it out. The VOR Alpha looks fun, 100% brilliant. Oh shoot, I went off of it. Well, we're not doing that one. Absolutely not. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's just, it's a cute little, it's got its little procedure turn. It comes in. You just got to make sure you circle for it. Circling to 9 and 2-7, not authorized at night. So that's good to know. But no, we were looking at our ILS. IRL, you just say, hold my beer and go to the runway fair. I know, that's like always been my thing, is that I always was like, okay, it's the runway threshold. You got like distances and stuff. So I do, like, my mind wants to go, and again, it's just like one of those things that like you do, and I've always done the ILS. So when you're doing the ILS, you just follow the glide slope and go miss at the 670. However, because I'm like, it's because this is from the glide slope. So missed approach track. And so, okay, no, and that's the thing, because if, hang on. Okay, I'm about to do some math here, because, so. What are you trying to find out? What's the missed approach point for the localizer here? Is it the runway threshold? Or is this one literally just the FAF to map timing? And or if it is just the FAF to map timing... Hang on. Because if it is, for instructor said, VDP is where the MDA meets the PAPIs. So you could not go below here. Yeah, no. Okay, I do. I want to say it's a DME thing or it's a timing thing. Or times with no DME. Right, exactly. But I mean, like, this is the DME here. Localizer being separate. DME is required and ADF is required. But if you have GPS... I think we're getting too into the weeds. Like, on one hand, it's like, it feels too into the weeds, but on the other hand, it feels very, very... We need to understand this. Okay, so, well, you know what? Let's just brief the approach quick and we'll come back to it. ILS or localizer. Veterans Airport of Southern Illinois, MWA. There's a space missing there. So it's not technically correct, but it is correct for where we are. Correct, up to date. Excellent. Oh, it is that day. Localizer 109.3, approach course 202, runway length 8012, touchdown zone elevation 468, airport elevation 472. DME is required and ADF is also required. Circling 111 not authorized at night. For INOP ALS, increase localizer 20 irrelevant. Got all of our frequencies, looking for Mausers. So VOR for our transition leg. Come in here. And or we'll just go out there and get into the hold. We got a left turn hold, so that's interesting. 840, then descent down at 3 degrees. Well, so for the localizer, missed approach for the localizer. Like, on one hand, I want to... I feel like there's a really easy explanation, and I just haven't thought about it in a while. Or, like, specifically heard it. Ye old Google. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Assuming visual with runway environment. Right, but if we're doing the localizer, we can't go below the MDA unless visual. So if you never got visual... And that's the thing, like... So this is, at least for the glide slope, for the ILS. But then, yeah, is it also for the localizer? But you can only get that point because of the timing. For the localizer, you get that because that's the DA. But like, if you didn't, you'd come down, hit the VDP, you're at the MDA, you're not visual. So you just kind of keep going here because you're not visual. And then this is the missed approach point and you go missed because timing. Right, VDP's nautical miles is the MDA minus the touchdown zone elevation divided by 300. Right. But what's the missed approach point? Like my brain is like it's feeling like there's a thing there, but it's not quite getting it, and I think it's just kind of fried and I need to go over this stuff some more apparently. I knew this, but at the same time, yeah, anyway. So for what's it purposes, have your timer going. There we go. Perfect. Amazing. So yes, we'll be coming in from some direction. If we have to do a hold, it's going to be a left one. We'll keep that in mind. Intercepting the localizer. We got our locator outer marker for our initial approach fix. It is also the FAF, so once we get turned around, we would be intercepting the localizer prior to the localizer outer marker. Interesting. So 2000. And then once we intercept the glide slope, that's what I meant. I meant glide slope. Coming down, coming down, coming down, coming down, and then straight in approach or a mist. Yeah, something like that. We'll see. We'll see. At that point, I think I'm just gonna do a straight. At least for this first one, we'll have a few MockISH check rides coming up before my actual check ride. So, yeah, cool. So that thing, doing that straight in minimums 670, FAF to map 90 with 3 minutes 4 seconds. Missed approach is climb to 1500, up to 1500, climbing left 2000 to the locator outer marker. Sorry. You see what I mean? Yeah, okay, there's always something. On Jepson, it says it's for loc only. Which, right, yes. But that's the thing, like the VDP is not an actual missed approach point. It's a good choice to go missed at that because, like, essentially it could be a missed approach point just because if you, in order to land from an approach, you need to have your 3 things. The runway environment that's in sight, paint, pavement, lights, the flight visibility, which would be half statute mile, unless you're circling, then it would be 1. As well as you need to be in a continuous position to land using normal maneuvers. And if, like you said, since it's the VDP is the MDA minus touchdown zone elevation over 300, that gives you that stable glide path. If you go down to that MDA, you're not visual, you keep going, you have to stay at the MDA, you can't go below the MDA. You stay there, stay there, stay there. If you actually do get the runway in sight, you're gonna have to dive and drive, like really dive it a lot steeper than the 3 degrees, which essentially makes it an unstable approach, right? So like, yeah, like that's why it's those tedious sort of things where it's like, it's not technically the missed approach point, but so, and that would be the thing, like you said somewhere up there. Yes, like, so if you were able to descend below the MDA and then for whatever reason you couldn't continue the approach, maybe all of a sudden a cloud comes, I don't know. Then at what point is the actual missed approach? But that's the thing too, is as soon as, but you still need to continue to the missed approach point before turning. So you do need to know what point it is the MDA. So, and that's why. I'll have to look at this some more because now that I say that, like, yes, go missed at the like stop descending and choose to do. So, sorry. Yeah, essentially a missed approach point, like decide I am going missed, but at what point do you then, okay, I have to not turn until after what point? Just the timing, I guess. It gives you the rate of descent on it. You're spoiled. I know, friend instructor, he's got all the Jepson charts as well, and he likes to make fun of me because I don't, so. At some point, yeah, VDP descent path past MDA. Right. Yes, exactly. So yeah, so that's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, essentially a missed approach point, but due to weedy sort of things, you need to make sure that you're not turning before the actual missed approach point, which is, again, the one that I can see specifically is it's the timing. So I will say I do have I'm in the habit of not the bad habit of forgetting to time from the FAF to the map. So that is something that I do need to work on. Wait! FAF to map is 4.6 nautical miles. So yes, it is the runway. There we go. Found it. We got it. See, you see how easy that was? Mystery solved. All right, should we go fly? And that's the thing is, like, I know this stuff, but, like, I get so used to it, I stop reading. Okay. All right. We have briefed. Should have brought an energy drink. Oh, God. I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to turn that on. See, and then that's the thing, is like, that's the stuff that I feel like I'm going to end up doing on the Checkride. Like, I absolutely know, but I haven't thought about it in a while, or I haven't thought about it like a certain way. And take me off so much. It was right there. It was right in there. Where's Wally happens to you a lot? Yes, right. Okay. Yep. Well, there we go. Real time mental breakdown of instructor applicant. Flying cures everything. Yes, it does. I'm so mad. And again, and that's the thing is, like, it does. It feels like it did. I knew this, and I should know this. And anyway, getting the thing up. What sort of stories we got today? And I did install. I did update, so that should be fine. When did last we speak? Was it the 8th? I believe it was the 8th. Let me double check. Mis videos. May the 8th. May the 8th be with you. Okay, so I had, what did I have? I had a lesson, it appears, with, I'm not sure. So angry right now. Okay, so I had a lesson with, okay, so first, the 172, the Constance 172 had to have some work done. When I got there to go give my lesson, the ANP was there, so we got to chat a little bit and go over some stuff, and he assured me that yes, everything is good to go now. Excellent, amazing. As well as, I guess I did forget to say, it was a little windier than my pre-Checkride private student typically likes, but I figured it would be a good... We had to go a little bit earlier for weather, so it wasn't at his typical evening time, so he had to leave work for it. So he did. He texted and was like, well, I'm willing to wait or just do ground or something like that. And I said, okay, if it's just because you don't want to fly in the winds, we're gonna go. If it is a work thing, Yes, we can go over ground stuff. He decided we were going to go do some flying. So we did. We went and we did some flying. We did, got some crosswind stuff in, I think. I'm pretty sure that that's what it was. Let me double check. Oh gosh. Oh no. Everything is so small now. Maybe, which one is it? This one, perfect. So yeah, so we did crosswind, takeoffs and landings, gusty conditions, and yeah, it was variable. It was up there. Worked on a go around, and yeah, and he was happy that we did it. It made him feel better about it. But yeah, it was like one of those things where at this point I do want to be pushing him a bit more. Where were we actually going? Sorry, hang on. What was I doing? There. MWA. So yeah, but like that was one of the things is like I did. He did have work, but it was just one of those days where it worked out. So then after that, I had lesson with new student, and we went and we refreshed. So it was our second lesson together, her third. So we worked on really. Oh yeah, so pattern entry and departure, surface ops, slow flight. We went over, as well as recovery from that, and then we added in. I had introduced the power off stall last time just to kind of get that out of the way, and then we actually did the stalls that time. So yeah, and she was good with it and everything, and we, again, second time with me, so we went over the pre-flight beforehand, and like the PAVE we're working through and the other acronyms, as well as like the I teach my flow and everything, and then I like let them do like just, yeah, usually just end up using the checklist and doing it like that. So, and she did. She had remembered a bunch of stuff, and that was good. So then was that. So that was that evening. So after that, the other instructor was doing a night flight, or supposed to be doing a night flight with one of his students. And I had noticed something. I didn't notice that I had noticed something until he brought it up. But they taxied back in, and then he came in and asked me, did the carb heat work? And I was like, we tested it beforehand and we were using it because slow flight installs and stuff like that. And he said, well, it didn't show a drop or anything when they checked it, when they tested it. And I was like, okay, you know what? and it did. It felt different, is what he said too. I had noticed when we were doing one of them, I pulled it out and it seemed like, yeah, like it did. It was a bit longer than the carb heat lever seemed a bit longer than usual on one of the times. So it must have happened in flight. So that was good to know, and something where it was like, oh, I should probably, when I notice those things, notice it a bit more. You know what I'm saying? So, had a long day, not mad, I am safe, brain is not an FMC 24/7. Right, but like that seems like one of those basic things, and it is one of those basic things, but it's like, haven't looked at it in a while. I've been looking at all this other stuff. And then, and the pressure too. Yeah, the pressure. The embarrassment. I'm sitting here like, oh God, what am I doing? Look at me not knowing stuff and saying, oh yeah, I'm right close to Checkride. No! This is why I won't let for instructors sign me off yet. Cries. Oh look, a great non-source of wait, hang on. I have to pick one or the other. A great non-source of info, a great source of one of the two. Pick one. Hello, how's it going? I'm gonna be so angry. I'm gonna be kicking myself about that. I'm gonna be thinking, you know what? That's probably good though. I like to think of those moments and be like, I bet that's gonna come up during Checkride now. And I'm gonna look back and I'm gonna be like, I'm really happy that I did that. Because, so I have an example of that. Remember well, I don't know. When I was doing initial CFI streams, or my training or my sim practice for my initial CFI, I was using the Dice Turtle of Destiny to pick which maneuvers I would do, and one of them I kept getting was the Power Off 180. And I kept telling myself, I was like, I'm not going to get the Power Off 180 because who does the Power Off 180? We're not supposed to do the Power Off 180 after doing commercial or nobody does the Power Off 180 for CFI initial. But I was like, no, just in case, I'm going to keep doing it, keep practicing it. And guess what I had to do on my CFI initial? Freaking Power Off 180. So, I will take that. Freaking FAF to map. There it is. Anyway, sorry, turning off the night. It looks so pretty, though. So pretty. Oh, big yawn. Nom, nom, nom. Yeah, almost got me. Yeah, exactly. I heard it as soon as I started saying it. All right, those are some like major T lines. Dang. Okay. All right. What are we doing? So we went over that day of flying. So we'll save the rest. Yeah, yep. Sorry. I should have chugged an energy drink. But that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna be just fine. What was I doing? There, sorry. Okay, so, and again. So we kind of went over some things. One of the things went over with for instructor for ground stuff. Asked about the turn so, okay, I wish I could. So we have the GI 275, you guys see this here? Okay, so we have the 6-pack circles. So airspeed, turn coordinator, are both still there. GI 275 for PFD, GI 275 for MFD there, in place of the attitude indicator and heading indicator. And then the steam gauge altimeter, vertical speed indicator. Why do I feel like that's not right? And then another GI 275 for engine monitoring and other stuff. So, he brought up the turn coordinator, and we turned it on to like look at the stuff and go over the stuff, and then went and were able to like get some practice and familiarization with those. And he asked, okay, so the turn coordinator, because it did when we first turned it on, he said it's like usually you hear it spool up, and we weren't hearing it spool up because what does it run off of? Electricity. Then he's like, what does it look like inside the turn coordinator? And so I was like, oh God. So I'm thinking back to my lesson plan for the turn coordinator. And I'm like, okay, so is it a gimbal? So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna say it's a gimbal and it's canted. And he's like, yep, that's all I wanted to know. It's gimbal, and it's a canted gimbal so that it senses both the bank and the no pitch information. Then he's like, okay, so what do the GI 275s run off of? And I was like, electricity! And he's like, okay, and then what? And I was like, the pitot static system. And he's like, okay, and then what? And I was like, I don't know. And he goes, the AHARS. And I was like, oh yeah, that thing. So that's like another one of those things where I understand, but also do I? So AHARS, attitude, heading, and reference system. So it takes the data, it's got the little sensors inside there, and it does some computery witchcraft to then display, as we're familiar with, the indications of the information on the displays. Think that's acceptable for an examiner? Yes, imagine if I had not gone over it. Right, exactly. I was like, on one hand I was so ticked, but I was also like resigned to it, and I was like, you know, that's why we were doing it. That's why we were doing it. So I am happy when that stuff happens for that reason, but also still embarrassing. So, anywho, yeah. And again, this is the thing too. If I had just hurried up and done my double I before it got the new avionics, all the steam gauge stuff I'm like good on, but there's just like all this little stuff with the GI 275s that I'm like just a little bit with, just not as precise, right? So, or as comfortable, I guess I should say. Anywho, okay, so electronics, liquids, flow, and we're keeping in mind that we are doing an instrument flight, an IFR flight check. So, battery goes on, and scold me if I forget something. Scold me quickly so that I remember. I must do it. Oh look, AHAR's align. Would you look at that? Sorry. Don't need the avionics on. Beacon goes on. Landing, taxi, nav, strobe, and testing of our pitot heat. We want to make sure that we are going to have, so that we don't lose our, airspeed. Because our instruments, our navigation systems, when we're in that IMC, are essential in controlling that aircraft, because we don't necessarily have those outside visual references in IMC, or under IFR / in IMC. Being particular. All right, got that. Grasp the pitot tube. Feel that heat. Turn it off so that we know if we get some icing on our pitot tube, we're going to melt that sucker off. That's suckers? Can you say ice being suckers? Or just a sucker? Never mind. Okay, pitot heat goes off. Strobe lights can go off. Nav lights can go off. Taxi, landing off. We will leave the beacon on. Electronics, got the flaps down. Fuel gauges. Well, actually, not that. Fill her up right now. Fuel gauges are true. And battery off. I considered, so my students have had trouble, like I do. I like ELF because I know what it means, like liquid instead of fluid. What if I said lifeblood? Electronics, lifeblood, and flow. That'll probably be even more confusing, I assume. Computer witchcraft. It's funny, but isn't it? Is that not? I don't know. I feel like that's a perfect way of describing it. And that's one of the things in my my navigation and equipment lesson plans that it said when I was going over that stuff is it like takes the data and it does the stuff. And then the one thing that kind of like piqued my interest or like piqued my curiosity or confusion maybe was it said it takes that data and it puts it into the form that we're familiar with. You know what I mean? So like somehow the data does not, it's not actually in the form and the numbers that we know. It has to translate it. Witchcraft. I don't know. And that is probably something that I have to like work on too, is like not going, not saying those things. Or going too far in depth of stuff. Have to start practicing just saying one-word answers. Even though on the instructor Checkride, I have to be the one talking. Ugh. All right, lifeblood. Check the fuel quantity, quality. Strain a little bit of fuel from there. Strain a little bit of fuel from there. Belly drains wherever. So mini part of later story. I have experienced now another type of belly drain. So it's up under here. I've had the little gold T one where you can either push on the little the T part, or you can stick the fuel sumper when it has a little stick thing up in the fuel sump into the hole part of it. But new one I have recently encountered, it's a little twist. So you reach up there and you'll just like twist it a little bit, and then it drains, and then you twist it back. So that was new. Always something. Well, it's just translated from signals. Right, magic. Right, but like, I don't know, it's just funny to think about like what what units sort of is it measuring that it's not like the same? Well, okay, so I guess. So in the steam gauges, it's all about the pressures, right? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean right. I mean, yes, it's all about the pressures and how it, yeah. So what is this, what are the AHAR sensors sensing that is somehow different from those pressures? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Just feel like isn't it taking the same units? Definitely different method, but I don't know. It's just hard to wrap my brain around that. Oil quantity and quality. And then, so, static port, we're checking that, making sure that that is going to give us our instrument indications that are connected to it. Our vents, pitot tube, once again, we want to make sure that's clear, as well as our drain hole. Both of those are essential. Fuel vent, make sure that's clear, leading edge of the wing, give it a little wiggle wiggle. Aileron up, 4 bolts with the rod, 4 bolts. Flaps connected, give it a little boop boop, make sure there's a teeny bit of movement. Look at that rod, make sure the connections are good if I didn't already say that. Tires, no brake leaks. Make sure that all of our antennas are attached, good quality. Fuel caps are on. And I guess that's one of the things I could and should be knowing specifically as well. So COM 1, COM 2, I know beacon antenna, DME and transponder, VOR. Oh, and another. So VOR whiskers. I have experience with the VOR whiskers, and that's what I always like heard, whatever. The V for the VOR whiskers. Same plane that had the weird belly drain had like these little square handles on the sides here. And no VOR whiskers. And I can't remember what the actual answer was for, like, so that is that those are VOR ones as well? But it was something to do with the navigation. So, lifting, elevator, up and down, make sure that's connected. Rudder, give it a little wiggle wiggle, up and down. Or make sure it doesn't go up and down. Same thing on the other side, as well as that trim tab, make sure that that is good. And then same thing over here, double checking. I'll be honest, I don't remember what this one is. Ah! Yeah, yeah. I need to learn my plane specifically, and then it'll make it easier to remember all these ones. All right, then chicken can do the other side, and then we come over here, double check the oil area, propeller, leading and trailing edges, alternator belts, if there is one. We want to make sure, we have to make sure that that alternator is going to work. So yeah, that is part of our grab card of our required equipment for instrument flight. Includes 8 tomato flames, which I should go over at some point. I used to know it better, or I used to know it like down pat, but I'm not actually sure. I haven't done it in a while. Grab card, generator, alternator, radio 2A for our communications. A is altimeter, sensitive one. B, ball of the turn coordinator. Make sure that we can coordinate our turns. C, clock for timing our turns. A, airspeed indicator. It's already in there, isn't it? Is it? Oh, as well as route navigation equipment, or yeah, stuff that's applicable to the route. Navigation equipment that is, yeah. And DG. Let me double check. Steam gauge is just membranes that make, yes, it makes sense. You guess those sensors info is processed differently since they use computers. Love their data modules. Right, but that's the thing, is just because like I'm not familiar with them enough. If I was more familiar with them, I'd be less of a poopy pants about it. But like it's just one of those things where I gotta talk about this on my Checkride, and I have to teach students about it too. So like, yeah, I should know it for my Checkride as well. But yes, but no, it is. They are interesting. You have returned sensitive altimeter. Oh God, what did I say? Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. I know what I mean. You know what I mean. What was I checking? I was checking something. Okay. Our grab card. Attitude indicator, that's what I meant. Yep. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll go over the full thing. So, I'll put it on the plane so you're not getting a headache. There. So, generator alternator of adequate capacity, radio two-way, as well as route-appropriate navigation equipment. That's what I was trying to say. Altimeter, sensitive, ball of the turn coordinator, clock with a second hand, it specifies that, attitude indicator, rate of turn indicator, and directional gyro. So, altimeter. Hang on. Altimeter, ball and rate of turn, attitude indicator, directional gyro. Because the airspeed indicator is required in a tomato flames, is it not? Oh! And that's funny because like the vertical speed indicator is not required at all. So that's why we punch it if we lose static pressure. Static port. Grab card, yes, exactly. Like, and that's the thing, is the acronym is only as helpful as you actually remembering, or as me actually remembering what the acronym freaking stands for. So, again, like there's so much of this stuff that like I focused on certain things, so I'm like really good at that, and then all of a sudden I'll go over here because I realize that I'm not as good at that, and then I forget all that stuff because that's just how this stuff goes. So annoying. Why can't I just remember everything all the time perfectly? Anywho, so our air intake, we want to make sure that that is good so our engine keeps running. Our exhaust port, that's good as well. So yeah, so these not, I mean, yeah, IFR stuff. This is all general flying stuff right now. So nose wheel, 4 fingers or a fist. Shimmy dampener. Make sure that that tire is good as well. And step back, look like a plane, look like a plane. And then yeah, final walk around. I always do final walk around no matter what. So making sure I didn't leave anything on the table here or the table here. At least that's what I consider it. Ties, chocks, tow bar, control movement, fuel caps once again, baggage door, antennas, final walk around. YT sub as well. Oh, you got that on there too? Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yay. That's cool. Even though I'm so silly, my shenanigans, I appreciate that you're continuing to put up with me. So, we did the thing. Let's get in the plane. Let me see. I have the checklist somewhere in here. So I should actually go over it so that I do remember the things. Because I know I should, but I forget. Actually, I need to not use this because my battery's gonna die. So, checklist. Nope, that's not in there. Documents. Aircraft. Nope. I bet I'm just gonna use. Oh, wait. Dang it. I'm just gonna use my home airplanes because that's the one that I have in here. All right, so. Initial, we would have already checked our weather and density altitude. We would have done our weight and balance. I should probably look at that. I haven't looked at that one too much for this plane. Performance requirements. Filing of the flight plan. We need to have filed the flight plan, and I guess that brings up questions. Try to do it at least 30 minutes before you're planning to fly. I have done it before, or yeah, in shorter amounts of time, and it's still been fine. You can do pop-up IFR as well, but it's just nice for them to be able to work you in. And how long is it good for? Like, so say you file and then you get a flat tire and maybe you have to like change it, and so it delays your departure. How long do you have before they just kind of cancel it? Ho. I know, maybe, I hope. I will be hopefully getting verification or what's the word? Concurrence with what I believe it is. Our papers, our airworthiness certificate, our registration certificate, operating limitations, weight and balance, our control lock. We make sure that is not on anymore. Did our master, flaps, pitot, heat, nav, beacon, strobe, taxi, landing light, fuel gauges, master. Fuel gauges, keeping in mind that we need the 45 minutes to our destination plus an alternate if it is required. When is it required? It is required unless the forecast TAF is 1 hour before or after ETA is 2,000 foot ceilings, 3 statute miles. And it needs to be both, and at least that. 1, 2, 3 rule. So fuel, destination, alternate if required and or filed, plus 45 minutes at cruising speed. Fuel quantity, quality, caps, drains, vents, engine, oil, belt, propeller, air intake, exhaust system, stall indicator, surfaces and controls, pitot static ports, gear tires, brakes, antennas, ties, shocks, baggage door, final walk around. All right, did a Hobbs time. Fuel's on both. Circuit breakers, we want to make sure our circuit breakers are good. We want our electrical things to be working. Alternate static, if we have it, we'll check that. Brakes, pedal test. Boom, boom, boom. Passenger brief. Yeah, sterile cockpit. No talking during takeoff and landing. Seatbelts on at all times. Exit the doors to the left and right for now. Make sure they're shut and locked. If we lose power on the rollout, we'll stop on the runway. If it's after takeoff below 1,000 feet, we'll land straight ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll consider making a turn back towards the runway. And then we could get into, let's say we took off and had to come back around. So, not Part 91 operations, 0-0 takeoffs are allowed. Is that a good idea? What if you took off, had to come back down again? Probably aren't going to be able to get back into the runway. So, what's legal is not necessarily the safest thing. If there's an approach back into your airport, use those minimums. Or if there's obstacle departure things, use those and things like that. So, yeah, all that. Anyway, so yeah, so like this is the stuff that I really need to, like, putting all of that into actually applicable areas rather than just being on my PowerPoint the whole time. It is. They're super helpful. I'm able to, like, think back and be like, okay, on this page it says this. But yeah, putting it into, like, that actual context, that's what I really need to work on. So yes, I do. I appreciate you guys letting me, like, go through this stuff. So C-track back and lock, make sure that's good. Our avionics currently off. Autopilot is off. Carb heat, we don't have. Beacon, we got that on. Prime it, we're not gonna do that. We don't have it in this one, actually. Mixture, full rich. Throttle goes slight. Brakes are set. Clear left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back. Clear prop. The other thing that I was going to mention, or I guess kind of throw out as a potential personal question. So I do my sterile cockpit, no talking to your table, all that stuff. I haven't thought of, is there anything else that I should be, what's the word? Adding to that for instrument-wise? Because, yeah, you have the whole safety one. The safety passenger briefing for, like, actual passengers that aren't already, what are they called? Like, aviation people. So they might not necessarily, they won't know things as much. But, yeah, haven't thought about it. Cleared prop, and now we mixture full rich, thought it was slight. I guess I'll look at the thing. Brakes, master on, mag start. Oil pressure temperature is in the green. Oh, and that was the other thing too. What was it? Oh, the other thing for instructor when he asked about what systems are on these. And I was like, the vacuum, and I looked and I was like, okay, wait. There's no vacuum, like, thing over here. So, like, is there a vacuum? And he's like, yeah, there's a vacuum on here. And then he points to this tiny-ass little dial. Much like on the 150, I believe, right? It's got the itty-bitty little dial, like, right up in here amongst all of the steam gauges. So that is something that is good to know. Flaps can go up. Oops, wrong button. Checked our oil pressure and temperature. Flaps go up. Avionics are on. Nav lights we can pop on. Nav lights, we'll put our taxi light as well. Frequencies. ATIS AWAS, and altimeter. So we'll quick do that. Oh, sorry. From what you understand, the IFR clearance is good for around 2 hours. Yes, unless you have a void time. IRL, if you were flying out of a towered airport and had to change a tire, you would still probably contact delivery or appropriate frequency after the repair is complete just to make sure. Right, yes, that sounds good. Always, and that's one of those things that I have to get out of a little bit, is being very, oh, the book and everything, and how, like, yeah, what are you actually going to do? So yes, that's good. You always brief the instrument approach procedure for if you have to return to the airport shortly after takeoff. Perfect. Make sure to do instrument checks while you taxi. Thank you. Yes, that's why I am. That's why I'm looking at my my actual checklist here. I do it in the plane. I look at the checklist, but when I do it on, like, when I'm just simming, I don't do it, so then I end up forgetting it, and that is why we use our checklists. So, seatbelts, harness. Thank you for reminding me, by the way. Heat, vent, defrost, all those things are good. Transponder is on standby currently. Taxi light, as required. Radio test. So we could click our button, make sure it's going to be good, because we want to make sure that we have communications, or will have communications. Brakes are, we can test those. And then our attitude indicator, turn coordinator, heading indicator to compass. We are going to do as we taxi. Yeah. So let's see where we are. We're at Kilo Mike Whiskey Alpha. Well, actually, we're at a towered airport, so I guess let's get the weather first. That would be a good idea before we start taxiing, and then we need to talk to people. Okay. Okay. Kilo Mike Whiskey Alpha. 16th at 0455 Zulu, automated 230 at 7 knots. So we'll take off. We're just gonna take off 29, because then we don't have to taxi all that way. 10 statute miles. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're just gonna do 29. One second. Automated. I'm in an indecision loop. 10 statute miles seems to be the theme of the day. Clear. 23 degrees Celsius, 19 for our dew point. Altimeter 2978. Marks AO2 differential precipitation. Temperature 230. Dew point 19.1. 2978. Okay. 460, and I believe that changes this as well, so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, looks good. 2978. Do we want to? Yeah, there's not really a good run-up area over there either, so... So I assume we would be doing our run up here. Sounds good. Let's do that. All right, nobody behind us. We are clear. Looked like we were moving, but my feet are on the brakes fully. 230, what's our heading to 0? So this seems like the best spot, so we'll be okay with not being fully into the wind. Okay. Joop and a joop and a joop. Documentos. Well, actually, then we haven't. If we don't taxi, we don't check our stuff. I'll forget to check my stuff if we don't taxi first. So we're gonna taxi to a nice spot. Guy was whipping a cookie. All right, so attitude indicator, turn coordinator, heading indicator, compass. So our attitude indicator, so we have this little pink line here, I think. Yep, that little pink line. That's not the attitude indicator. Hang on. That's the turn coordinator. Attitude indicator is not going more than plus or minus 5 degrees in any direction, pitch or bank. Even when we are turning. And our turn coordinator, the ball, is going... The ball is going opposite the direction of the turn, as you can see there. Hang on. Opposite the direction of the turn, and this part, the little airplane is essentially what that is going in the direction of the turn. Heading indicator to compass. Oh, look, it did it for us. So we just make sure that it is indicating known headings as we are taxiing to make sure that it is being accurate. Just whip it around on the taxiway. Yes, that sounds like a much more excellent idea. Well, so yeah, so that's the thing. Towered airport, I'd be getting my clearance. See, so that's the thing. I'm so used to tower or non-towered airports. So I usually get all of my stuff done, run up everything, and then I call clearance delivery. But since I can call ground, well, that's let's see, shall we? Who are we gonna talk to? What's it say? We're gonna go to the chart supplement. So yeah, Kansas City Center, approach departure control, clearance delivery is that when the tower is closed. So we're gonna talk to ground control, and yeah, we could be like, where are we? Marion. Sure, Marion ground. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 at the GA ramp with Tango. Looking for IFR to somewhere. So this is a practice clearance, I guess, because we would actually be not departing IFR for Checkride. Looking for IFR to Carbondale. And they'd say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Roger, stand by for your clearance. And then I'd say stand by, or are you ready? Let us know when you're ready for your clearance. Be ready to copy. And then they'd say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. And then we've practiced those before. It's just adding in the tower thing, I guess, maybe. I don't, now that I'm thinking about it, have I ever filed a flight plan from a towered airport, an IFR flight plan from a towered airport? I don't think I have. So yeah, it would do those things, and then you would contact departure. They would give you departure frequency. They'd tell you what you're squawking, and then you'd have all that stuff down, and tower knows where you are and when you are and stuff like that. And I assume is there really void times at towered airports? Because it's more like I don't know. Should you be doing your run up before you contact clearance? No, but I feel like not, because I have listened to for instructors big boy pilot job when he's done that stuff, and they get clearance like super early, and then they're like waiting, and then they go do stuff. I don't know. This is aviation. The ball isn't going, yeah, it's going echo. Oh God, is that how I said it? I'm sorry. You know what I mean. But yes, also very true. At KLBB, usually you contact ground for clearance and you would do it before you release the parking brake, but that is your anecdote experience. No, I need that because I'm, you spin me right round. That's what I need, because like I don't think I have actually filed out of a towered airport. So I guess that's one of those things where it's just yeah. I can assume things, but whether I'm right or not is the thing. You have never heard of void time at a towered airport. That's what I figured. That's what I feel like I've heard, and that's what I figured. So it is. It's just like you're letting them know that you're around, you're there, you're like, I don't know, start it. I mean, like you said, before you even release the parking brake. So do you have okay, so you get your, oh, of course, you get your clearance, and then you call them up again and you tell them you're ready to taxi. Silly, of course. So yeah, get the clearance, and then we would, so then would you do, okay, do you do your run up like now? Or would you do your, like, go taxi, have a run-up area down near the end, do your run-up, and then go? I feel like it would do that one. I'm just like, it doesn't. At this airport, there doesn't seem to be really a real nice run-up area. We're going to say we got our clearance. I'm going to make the decision. You let me know what you do. So yeah, so we got our clearance. I'm going to lean the mixture on the ground so we don't foul our plugs. So then we call up, we got our clearance, call up ground. We say we're ready to taxi for, looks like we would be a straight out IFR departure, and then they'd say okie doke. No, shh, professional. Taxi 29er via Charlie Bravo. Hold short runway 29er. Taxi to 29er via Charlie Bravo. Hold short 29er. Cessna Hotel, Tree 1, Delta 1. All right. So we checked our things. We got to do our run up yet, but we'll do that over there. So yeah, so the fact that you're like always in contact with ATC, that's where the void time and stuff comes in. And that would also, I would assume, well, I mean, so this is, I'm trying to like put the things together. So when for instructor and I talked about the expect further clearance time and like all that, I was talking to somebody else too about like, okay, so if you lose communications in an IFR, in an IMC situation, like that's pretty much an emergency, right? So any of their little regulation things, you're doing whatever is good for you as like safe wise, right? So what that the better way to think about it is just so that like they kind of know, like they know what you're probably maybe going to be doing so that they can accommodate and or yeah, just like kind of be aware and still keep an eye, search and rescue purposes potentially. Promise I'm on my brakes. And so again, like the indicating known headings is going to be like, okay, so we are parallel to the runway, so it should be about 107 for the heading right now. And look at, there it is. I'll be honest, I'm not actually sure what the allowance is for that one. Is that like 5 degrees, 10 degrees? Continuing. So we're gonna go out We're gonna go over just the stuff on the, what's it? Oh, you know what I should do? Okay, so like next time we'll do Dice Turtle of Destiny. And we'll do either, yeah, precision, non-precision, and like have all of the, we'll have the little chart. Ooh, that would be, oh, I should have planned this a little bit better. We're gonna have something interesting next time. If I remember, remind me. Remind me to do the interesting thing next time. All right, so yeah, so at the airport I'm gonna be at, they do have an run-up area, so I would do that, but since we don't, we'll just do a nice, a thorough, yet efficient run-up. Okay, documents. Brakes are set. Fuel is on both. There it is. Trim for takeoff. Flight controls are free and correct. Free and correct. Free and correct. Wiggle, wiggle with that rudder. Instruments. Again, looking good. Green, green, vacuum, all the good things. Mixture's best in power, so we're going to pop that all the way in. Primer isn't unlocked, so irrelevant. 1700. We check our mags. Watch that drop. And back. 2 over. I did it the way I'm not supposed to be doing it anymore. And back. Vacuum. Amps and volts. Oil pressure and temperature. Good. Idle check closed. Pre-takeoff, 0 degrees. Mixture is still best in power. Carb heat is off. Pitot heat as required. We are not going to need it today. Heading indicator to compass, still good. Doors and windows. Transponder. We have our altitude on and our squawk. Landing light comes on. Put our strobes on as well. Note the time. So let's. So yeah, could probably put that on my where is it? Scratch pad. Scratch pad. I don't know if I mentioned, I've been trying to do better about being a bit more on top of what Zulu time is. It's going, I guess. So it's currently 0527, and we would call them up and we'd say we're ready to go, IFR departure to the northwest, and they'd say, all right. No, they wouldn't say that. They'd say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 cleared for takeoff, runway 29er. Maintain runway heading. Or, no, as filed. We're just gonna go as filed, make it easy on ourselves. And again, I don't know what exactly they're gonna say. They just say, yeah, clear for takeoff. Runway 29er. It is 29er, right? Yeah, this one is 29er. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Okay, I will read that once we get into the air and I stick autopilot on for just a little bit. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't set any of that stuff. So let's nav receiver, tuner, have all that stuff in our heading. So flight director will pop on. Sorry, I was trying to test something. I was trying to see if the pink changed colors. In a plane that I flew recently, the pink became shaded when it was just the flight director. So I was wondering if that was a thing. So we're gonna fly runway heading, so what, just 29er. So 1029er 3, I think we're gonna go with. Altitude will go up to 4,500, I think. And see, that's the thing, is like, this is something that I got into working the autopilot stuff. But then I decide we're not going to use autopilot, and I don't do any of it. Oh, you know what? No. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Don't have anything en route, so you know what? We're actually gonna... MWA. We were so ready for this. Okay, so... So I know I'm supposed to do flight level change for climbs. For now, I'm gonna do vertical speed of 500. Up to 4,500, and then somewhere in there, I'll switch to flight level change mode. We'll see. See what happens. Okay, so we did all the things. We cleared right, we cleared left. About 1,000 feet, we can turn the autopilot on.
Approaching runway 29.
So,
Enter runway 29, 4,900 feet remaining.
And I feel like too, well, like, and this is the thing too. So, on one hand, examiner's not, well, I don't know, like, what is the examiner gonna do? Like, I'm not, is he gonna do, like, how can he do the gotchas if he's supposed to be like the student? You know what I'm saying? Because I was gonna say, I was like, would he give me a like tricky clearance where it's like, oh, do runway heading, or not runway heading, fly heading, whatever, upon entering controlled airspace, sort of thing. You know what I mean? So like I could start my turn at about here, 400 feet AGL. It'd be slightly, this is, actually no, it wouldn't be. We're staying on heading. So, and then our autopilot can go on. Sorry, I want to see where the airport actually is. Whee! Sweet. All right, so we started Our vertical speed at 500. Now we're going to switch to flight level change. We'll see what happens there. Ah, and I could have put that on. So flight level change, and we want to do that at... $85 knots. All right, there we go. We are monitoring. Green, green. All of our stuff is looking good. Our airspeed looks good. All of our primary instruments, our primary flight display looks good. We're following this. Engine's looking good. We'll bring back that throttle just a smidgy smooth. Cool. All the greens. Okay, sorry. So, make sure, okay. Once the clearance is given and readback is correct, say advise ready to taxi. That one, see? Yeah, that. You don't know what the turboprops do, but once you have your clearance, you say ready to taxi, and then whip her around on the taxiway depending on the active runway and do the run-up. Okay. Then you taxi to hold short, contact tower, tell them you're ready. Oh, okay, yeah, and tell them you're ready for departure. See, okay, that makes sense. You don't know, you think it just says indicates known headings. Yes, yes. I do, I just know like that the attitude indicator is plus minus 5 degrees in any direction. But, and that's the thing, like the 150 has an aspen. You can tell it's an aspen by the way that it is. That's pretty neat. I don't know. I still don't. I'm still not quite sure what heading exactly it's trying to indicate. But ooh, we are gonna get a little bit of clouds. Yeah, just because it seems like it actually doesn't indicate like headings, so it's got to be one of the other ones where it's like I don't know, magnetic heading or whatever the other one is that I can't think of right now because that's where my brain is at. Okay. So we're on our way to MDH, but we're actually not. So we climb up, we're gonna get up to 4,500. Once we get up to 4,500, then we are going to, let me check, what are we going to do? Oopsie daisy. We're gonna do our no FOIs. Talked about our regulations. Instrument cockpit check. No pre-flight lesson. Air traffic control clearance is a procedure is apparently not necessary. Flight by reference to instruments. So I guess we can, I don't know, talk about that a little bit. So one of the big things is understanding the relationship between your pitch and your power. Your pitch and your power will lead to your performance. So that's why it's really important in instrument flying to be very familiar with what your power settings are, as well as your power settings plus your attitude and what expected performance you will get with any of those combinations. So straight and level flight is typically, ideally, is going to be on that horizon. Turns, you got your 30-degree normal turns. You can also do your standard rate. Standard rate is 360 degrees in 2 minutes, so 180 degrees in 1 minute. So if you had to like turn yourself, hokey pokey, turn yourself around, get it on that standard rate turn, which is on here, this bigger line, she says with a question mark. I'm pretty sure it is. 3,500, climb 4,500. If you want to change your airspeed in straight and level and turning flight, so straight and level flight and you want to change your airspeed, If you are, again, if you're absolutely straight and level, you have to trade lift for airspeed, or not trade lift for airspeed, but you have to adjust. Hang on. Okay, so if you're straight and level, oh, sorry. Straight and level at a certain power setting, if you try to increase your speed by just going down, or sorry, to increase your, either way, you have to do something with your pitch, you have to do something with your power. So if you just try to increase your power, that's going to give you more lift, not necessarily send it to the speed, the forward movement. So what you have to do is you have to decrease that lift then to increase that speed. So yes, trading that lift for speed. Turning flight, same thing. I mean, the question is, do you really want to be doing all that stuff simultaneously, turning while changing your speed? So the best option is going to be to do one and then the other. Constant airspeed, but if so, same thing. If you take away a little bit of power, you're going to need to put a little bit of lift in. If you put power in, you're going to need to take a little bit of lift away by lowering that nose. Constant airspeed climbs and descents. So pitch for that airspeed, and like for the climb, probably going to be potential at full power, unless it's just a very miniature climb. If it's a couple hundred feet, just put a little bit of power in rather than all of it. And for those descents, typically want to have that set descent power. However, if you did set the power that you typically, or if you did set a power and then pitch for a certain airspeed, and you didn't like, say, one of the other indications, I want to say vertical speed, you could always adjust that as well. It's all about utilizing that power, knowing what power setting you need, and then being able to direct direct where that power is going, forward movement and upward movement, if that makes sense. Timed turns to magnetic compass headings. So our magnetic compass, if we were using that thing, so we would have to use our standard rate, I think. Hang on. You know what? I haven't looked at that one in a while, so we're gonna ignore that. Okay, steep turns. Instructor actually had me, did he? Steep turns or unusual attitudes? We talked about recovery from unusual flight attitudes, so let's do that one instead. So, recovery from unusual flight attitudes. You are much more likely to get into an unusual flight attitude in IMC than in general. Well, should I even say it is? There's much more opportunity to get into an unusual flight attitude in IMC, getting situationally unaware, and spatially disoriented. Much more likely to get that, and especially if you're in IMC, you can't rely on those visual, any visual indications, so you have to rely on those instrument indications. So, some attitude indicators, like primarily when we are in, what's it called? I don't know, what was I saying? Typically we use our attitude indicator as sort of our hub. So like for our scan, so again, instrument scan is our basic sort of method of understanding and interpreting and adjusting the data. So our PFD here is really nice. It has all of the information right there, all around our main thing we want to look at. So attitude indicator, think about it as the hub. and the rest of them as wheel spokes. You go out to one of the spokes, say airspeed indicator, back into your attitude indicator, out to your heading indicator, back to your attitude indicator, over to altimeter, attitude indicator, vertical speed indicator, etc. So on and so forth, continuing all the way around. Some attitude indicators will tumble and can be unreliable at unusual attitudes. So the big thing you want to be looking, or the big two things you want to be looking at, are your airspeed ticker tapes and your altitude ticker tapes. Two primary unusual attitudes are nose high, climbing turn, nose low, descending spiral. So let's say if we are in, I'm gonna go, yeah, hang on. Oh. Okay, actually, hang on. I'm gonna go like this, and we're gonna get ourselves into an unusual attitude, hopefully, maybe. And by hopefully, maybe, I mean absolutely. Okay, so we can't, we'll see. So one of the things is we can kind of listen to what's happening. So that indicates we're nose low. Getting a little bit much, so we're going to level our wings, power back, and then pitch up to that horizon. So we were in that descending spiral. The big thing we're worrying about there is see that airspeed coming up is getting too close to VNE. So that's why we power out. We want to level those wings first. So actually, so go looking like this. Level the wings first for those G-forces, but you can also see, look at that angle with the horizon. If you just tried to pull the nose up to the horizon, look at how much more space that has to cover than if you level the wings first. So again, power, level the wings, nose up to the horizon. Once, I should say, once the attitude indicator is reliable again. Otherwise, if you're relying on the airspeed and altimeter needles and or ticker tapes, do just enough to stop the needle movement, and then once it reverses direction, then you know that you've gone past that level, question mark. I haven't looked at this one in a while, so I should double check on that one. But yeah, all about that needle movement. There is lag, so just make sure that you're not going to be trying to chase that. So that's why I just thought like that, where it's trending is what we're looking for. So then if we had a nose high climbing turn, we're going to see a lot of blue for one, as well as that airspeed is dropping, altitude is increasing. With our speed dropping, what are we worried about? Getting close to a stall. So, not first thing, but like, yeah, it's kind of like a stall recovery. More like a stall prevention than stall recovery, but same thing. Nose down, power in, get that speed back up. And then once you have that attitude indicator, you can bring it level with the horizon and get those needles back to where we want them. And also that one is going to be the pitch. Get that pitch down first, and then you can worry about leveling the wings. Anyway. Okay, sorry. I should probably, I'm gonna go autopilot for a second. Your Chi CFI is big on feet flying. Set your trim for straight and level, and then take your hands off the yoke. Use your feet for horizontal control, and then power for pitch. It really makes you understand how the power settings affect the pitch. Yes. If you have it trimmed decently and pull power, the nose will dive and airspeed will build until you are level again and vice versa. Right, excellent, yes. You find that exercise to really help understand the aerodynamic relationship between pitch and power and helps with over-controlling. Very nice. I'm gonna have to, I should like take a picture of that so that because I do, I feel like it's something that I've definitely like talked about like with my students and heard about and like all of that sort of thing, but putting it in just the slightest different way can be really, really helpful. So, and it does, it seems like it is, like it's just that little bit different. Sweet, thank you. And then that unusual attitude recovery sounds correct to you? Perfect, excellent. Moving on. Navigation systems we did not have to do. Why is it marked if we did have to do it? I thought I recall me saying, no, we don't have to do that. There it is. Okay. Six was that. 7 was that. Okay, now an approach. Emergency procedures. Okay, so lost comms, as well as loss of a primary. Oh, I guess it is climbing us, so let's... Okay, that's interesting. So it doesn't say... I don't see it like flight level change or vertical speed in either of the areas, but it's still getting us back up to the 4,500. And I'm not sure because it's holding it at the vertical speed was not consistent, and the speed was not consistent with either of the ones that I had input earlier. So I don't know. All right. So yes, so lost communications situation. So our Avenue F and Amy, or MEA. Avenue F. So Amy deals with the altitude. Avenue F is the routing. So whatever was last assigned. No, hang on. Yeah. Whatever was last assigned. Whatever was last vectored. Whatever was whatever was to be expected. And if none of those, if we don't have any of those, then whatever we had filed, we will continue on. MEA, so our minimum en route altitude, our expected altitude, our next expected altitude, or our assigned altitude. So any of those we're going to do the higher of. So Avenue F is in order, and MEA is just do the highest of that one. And this is if we lost comms. We'll come back to that. If we lost comms and we were in VFR conditions, or sorry, VMC, if we were in VMC, just land as soon as practicable. These procedures are so that to prevent extended flight in IMC without communications with ATC. So if we are able to land in VFR conditions, VMC, that's gonna be like the safest choice. And yeah, work it out, get it fixed on the ground. And so like one of the things that my what for instructor brought up was like if you were over the top of the clouds and you could continue in those conditions and find a spot to get down below the clouds and continue in visual conditions, that also counts. I mean, it does. It's I don't know. Saying it like, oh, it was such a sort of light bulb moment. It seems kind of so obvious, like, I mean, yeah, right? But yeah, that was something that I didn't like fully think through until he mentioned it. And then we went over the whole expect further clearance thing, which I'll get, oh, sorry. I'll go like this. Actually, we'll go like, oops, wrong one. Yay for a second. Woohoo! Whee! That was a very, had a voice crack, Mario. Yay! We're gonna go like, I just like having the sun in there for some reason. Alright, so expect further clearance. I brought it up earlier just a little bit. Oh no. Where is it? Sorry, hang on. Ooh, I don't like that. So, oh, shoot. I must have deleted that page in my new edit. Why would I do that? Okay, comms failure. I kind of want to add that back in. So, leaving the clearance limit. So, the big question is, oh, sorry. But with feet flying, you have to really trust it will feel very unnatural. I've definitely done it before, and yes, it is so weird. But, yeah, once you actually see that it can be done, trust the process and it works, right. It is, it's insane, it's amazing. I think the one time I specifically remember doing it, my instructor actually had me like do like approach at VFR an airport and get into the pattern with that. And it was like, this is but it worked. So yeah, that was very cool. Yes, so yeah, so the clearance limit. One of the things when I was doing my instrument check ride, when I had done my instrument check ride, oh look, we're going into a cloud kind of maybe. I did my instrument check ride, and I had gotten into the habit during my training of planning at least to file to an initial approach fix and then to the airport. because I had read that somewhere for something, I assume. And so I had that plan in place for my instrument check ride. And after my check ride, my examiner talked to me and he was like, so I'm going to tell you to not do that, because what's going to happen is in that case, so leaving the clearance limit, your clearance limit is the airport. So if you file to an initial approach fix and then to the airport, you lose your comms on the way. You have to go to the initial approach fix, go to the airport, go back to the initial approach fix, because that's from where an approach begins, and then go back in. So in real life, in real time, whatever, like, again, lost comms and IMC is an emergency. Just get down on the ground. But technically that would be what you would have to do. So instead, if you are at a fix from where the approach begins, so let's say you were in the holding pattern, you had an expect further clearance from an initial approach fix, and all of a sudden you can't hear ATC anymore. Start descent as close as possible to your expect further clearance time if one was received. If you didn't have an expect further clearance time, leave as close as possible to the ETA filed. So, okay, that's there. If it's a fix from where the approach does not begin, and again, that's from a fix. So this was my question, like if you're going from, if you're trying to get into the approach that we're going to be doing right now, and you're just en route, you leave your clearance limit at EFC time if there is one, so you don't have an EFC time. If there isn't one, leave upon arrival, proceed to a fix at which the approach begins, start descent as close as possible. So in that case, if you're gonna follow that, your next fix, you're following your routing direct to the airport, probably. Go direct to the airport, and then you go to an initial approach fix, and yeah, if none, leave upon arrival, proceed to a fix at which approach begins, start descent as close as possible to ETA calculated from filed or amended estimated time en route. So yeah, so those are the options. However, again, emergency procedure, if you are, again, direct to an airport, the best option is to request your approach right away and get direct immediately. So then your clearance would be direct to your initial approach fix. And then, okay, so now I'm direct to my initial approach fix. Then you just go to your initial approach fix and do the approach. Or emergency procedure, and what Friend Structure said too, is if he loses comms and like he's not gonna go to the airport, then to the initial approach fix, and then back in. If he's got like GPS, like which is what we usually use, go to the initial approach fix and go. Like they're gonna. It does. It depends on what, like, and that's the thing too. Is it a radar environment or not? Because if they can see you, they can probably assume what you're doing then, right? Like, yeah. So, anyway, that was the other thing I was going to bring up too. Is the first, before assuming that you have actually lost all comms, check the things. Make sure your headset's plugged in. Try a different radio. It's unlikely that both your radios are going to be not working. Try a past frequency. Try a different frequency. Try guard. All of those sorts of things. So work to establish that communication first. So kind of like a simulated engine failure or like an engine failure. Do the memory items. Try and fix the problem first before committing to that emergency situation. So, yeah. Your chief CFI, your chief CFI, I can't talk. Your chief CFI made you do 5 laps in the pattern feet flying. That's awesome. And like, but was that enough time to get like comfortable with it? Do you kind of like make that a sort of a every once in a while an exercise to kind of remain proficient in? That is a good one. I'm gonna have to practice that myself, and then probably make my students do that too. That's good. Yeah, so talked about lost comms and then partial panel. Guess we can go back inside. So partial panel, basically, okay, I'm gonna see if I can do something here. Can I pop circuit breakers? Dang it. Break overhead panel. Circuit breaker overhead panel. Brightness, pedestal lighting, avionics brightness. Nope. Okay. Wait. Ooh, 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 ooh. So, let's see what happens if... So what did I lose? Oh, so it doesn't let me... It lets me lose the MFD, but not the... Oh! It took off my autopilot. That's interesting. Wait, so if I... Okay, so I guess... I don't know, we'll quick at the approach. So the one thing I think is like... It would just like cover up the attitude indicator. Cover up the heading? I'm not entirely sure how it would work on this one, but yeah, what my instructor said is just pulling the circuit breaker on the PFD, and then the MFD just reverts to PFD stuff. So, okay, I am actually kind of curious. I'm gonna go like this. Oh, okay, so there is stuff. You know what? Let's see. So our so our nav radios, our autopilot doesn't work. So we have lost comms and anything else? I probably should have put the approach in before I did this. Autopilot for a second. You do it in cruise and here and there just to spice things up and prove you still can? Excellent, excellent. The master off entirely? Absolutely not. That's not partial panel, that's full panel. At that point, I'm panicking. Panicking? That sounded weird. Okay, so we're doing, what were we doing? Procedure, approach, ILS localizer, runway 20. So I'll get that up for you guys. I should get us turned back around though. So 293 minus 2 plus minus 180 is 113. All right, 113, we're gonna start heading back that direction. We'll get under the hood and put that plate up. There it is. Nope, don't need it like that. All right, Oakley's Dokley's. And then, you guys don't need to see that, but I do need to see that. So. Okay. Oh, getting sleepy. All right. I am a professional pilot. Okay. So, we are going to go direct to the initial approach fix. Okay, so we are going to try and let the plane fly it and treat it as a student. So I can talk more about stuff and just let it fly the approach. What am I doing? Yeah, Johnny. We will do the course reversal. Minimums, we're just gonna do the straight in for today. Make it simple at this point. 668. Good. Activate it. Not approved for GPS. GPS guidance is for monitoring only. Load approach. Yes. Johnny IAF. All right. So, yeah, I'll practice that, I guess. So, Cessna Hotel. Well, actually, hang on. Okay. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Let us know when you have the weather at Marion and what approach you would like to request. And then, autopilot student, you would say, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 has the weather, if you do, or has Tango, and requests the ILS 20 approach via Johnny. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, you can expect the ILS 20. Did I say ILS 20? Wow, okay. Sorry. Haven't done that in a while. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 will expect. And then they would come back in and they would say, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, you are cleared direct Johnny. Clear direct Johnny, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Direct, enter. Enter. Nav mode. It's turning us that direction. Perfect. All right, excellent. So we're gonna expect the turn and the hold question mark. Yeah, standby. Oh, yeah, standby instruments. Actually, yeah, we do, I guess. I always forget about no nav though. Yes, exactly. So at that point, and that's one of the things that I was trying to get much more better with. Like what, yes, like what, depending on the instrument, like if you have a GPS, you got a lot of options. If you don't, what options do you actually have? However, I always forget, like, yes, barring lost comms, just ask ATC. Have them vector you to a fix. Vector you to the fix, and then at that point, well, yeah, I guess you don't have like any CDI at all then at that point. But then that gets into if you're at an airport or near an airport with a PAR or SAR, I'll have to look up that one. Hang on. Frick, I think I have been... Have I? Oh, no. I'm so confused. No, this one's right? Okay, sorry. I'll have to figure that one out at some point. What was I looking for? The PAR and the ASAR. Or the ASR. Because this was something that, like, came up. Either I brought it up or for instructor brought it up. And... yeah. Where is it? I want to say it's like precision approach radar and then airport surveillance radar. And what I didn't understand about them is that they're a specific approach. They're just like, you actually need the approach plate for it, which maybe seems silly in hindsight. However, at the time... Where the freak is it? Well, I don't know. I don't remember where I put it, I guess. I'll have to look at that again. Jeez. Thank you. Thank you, ForeFlight. Huh. Monitoring our nav, making sure we're going to the correct place. Yes, we are. Okay, sounds good. Oh, this is gonna bug me. Where is it? I might have taken it. Oh, you know what? So some of the stuff I put, what are they called? I have them not mirrored, muted, hidden. I have them hidden so that I still have it for my own understanding, but I don't have to talk about it during Checkride. Okay. So, yes, precision approach radar and airport surveillance radar are the approaches. It's probably more work for not too much satisfaction there. Don't take that out of context. Okay, so yes. So that would be one of those things is yeah, it would need to be an actual, like, you need that radar environment and everything. If we don't have any stand-up CDI or some sort of navigation, glide slope, things like that. So, like, okay, so we're on the approach now. Or, yeah, we're headed towards our initial approach fix. I'm going to shut this off. See what it gives us. Okay, so it's got all that. It is the ILS. We should maintain the flight director at least. Question mark? So I guess that's kind of interesting that the flight director is like on, I mean, is that, okay, hang on. I assume that's specifically on the circuit breakers then, probably, potentially, maybe. So like the bus 2 has the certain things on bus 2 and then certain things on bus 1. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, anyway. Oh, well, actually, if we have that off, I guess I could readjust our, what's it called? Oh, God. Sorry. But you guys got, I guess you guys got to know that we're doing partial panel, although maybe you kind of know that because the X's. So yeah, so, and that's the thing. So if we lost, so, okay, and here's another thing. So we lost comms. So we're just gonna keep going to our initial approach fix and continue. However, it appears that we also lost our nav frequencies. So that would mean that we can't actually get our localizer in, right? Or we can, question mark? Oh wait, no, sorry, that's nav 2 versus nav 1. We're good, never mind. I'm a silly. So COM 1 and COM 2 are on bus 1. Nav 1, nav 2 are on bus 2. There we go. 4,500. Okay, so and here's the thing too. They never gave us a descent. So when would we actually descend? There is something. For instructor gave me what is it called? Okay, so now we're in roll mode. We don't want to be in roll mode. Let's be in nav mode so that we can at least follow the flight director. Okay, so I guess I can pitch down a little bit. Who is it? It's either Fly 8 Mike Alpha or M0 Alpha has a good article about the Avenue F and Amy. Fly 8 Mike Alpha. They have it lost of comms under IFR, and it bothers me. But yeah, they got a good article for that. I haven't been able to read through it entirely. However, in it, it has if below emergency safe altitude, ESA, within 25 to 100 miles, or the minimum safe altitude, MSA, within 0 to 25 miles, and not established on an approach, make a climb, blah, blah, blah. So I don't think I've ever heard of the emergency safe altitude. I definitely know the minimum safe altitude. That's the one on the approach. Where is it? In the corner there, that MSA, 25 nautical miles. So 2,700. So yeah, so whatever the ESA altitude is, I'll have to look at that to find out what that actually is. And then at that point, so yeah, so it's, again, Avenue F, we're going direct to the fix. That's our clearance limit. We're gonna start the approach. And then our minimum en route altitude, our expected altitude, and then our assigned altitude. So I assume then that we're just gonna stay here because that was last assigned, and we're supposed to do the highest of. Once we get past that fix, then we can just continue down. If we needed to lose some altitude because we were too high, maybe we do a turn in the hold or two. Or if we can, just continue straight in because that's leaving the clearance limit. Right? So that's our clearance limit. Once we get to the initial approach fix, you start the descent. But then again, if we needed to lose some altitude for an actual stabilized approach. Yeah. Hello! How is it going? Sorry, we're going deep into the IFR stuff. Yeah, trying to understand this stuff. Good to see you. How are you? I am not sure what that means. I'm sorry. I am not eating anything currently, unfortunately. I hope that wasn't a reference to chicken. We do not eat the chicken. But yes, I did. Like I should have. I should have. Oh, did I go like that? No, that's just one of my. I'm thinking about something and it's bothering me. That's my sort of like annoyed thing. I'm annoyed at something I'm thinking about and trying to figure it out. So yes, sorry. Oh gosh. Doing good, having trouble sleeping. Don't tell the FAA. Oh no. Well, okay, I mean, so have you tried things? There was one thing. I tried this thing. It was from the show The Mentalist. I like mentally sort of stuff, tricky sort of stuff. I haven't yet finished it. It's sort of every once in a while I'll like watch a span of episodes and then I'll stop and then I'll start up again and then I'll stop again. So his sort of like hypnotize yourself to sleep is on the breathe in. You think 1 and the breathe out, you think 2 and breathe all the way in thinking 1, all the way out thinking 2, and you just really focus on that sort of a thing. And I swear it did. I noticed a difference like one time. Like maybe a few times, and then ever since then, like I don't know. My brain just doesn't shut off right away, so I just kind of gotta let it chill out. But yeah, I don't know if that helps or not. Then you also have like I've looked at the or seen the fighter pilot stuff, or maybe it's just general military stuff where it's like wherever you're flying or wherever you are, just fall asleep there, and it's just kind of like be very aware of all of your limbs and just put all of them to sleep or something. Yeah, that takes some commitment. Gotta enjoy cheesy bread before moving on to CFII. Now I want the C to stand for cheesy. Cheesy bread flight instructor. Okay, now you're gonna make me freaking hungry. And I can't eat anymore today. Oh, speaking of, I guess we have story times. But yeah, because there is some. I ended up, well, yeah. There was a day that I'm very portioned with my calories recently because I don't want to become like ramen CFI. So I was a bit more portioned than I would have liked to be because of reasons, which we'll get into. However, we're coming up to our approach, so. Okay, so now I have to actually understand what's going on over here. So I think I am going to go like this and bring it more in like this so that we all can see it better. Okay, there. All right, so, whoopsie. So, we're coming up on Johnny, and we're doing this, the magenta. 3.2 nautical miles from Johnny. 4,500 was our last assigned, so we have not been holding altitude like we should have been. Oopsies. And 4,900. We have, sorry, let me look. 2,000 and 4,900 for that. But that, yeah, so you know what? We are going to do the hold because we do want to lose some altitude. And so that's the thing, is that's what that procedure turn, well, procedure turn to get us back onto the course. Let me, what am I doing? And for instructor also told me other stuff, like put the nose on that diamond, 0.7 miles. So yeah, putting our... Oh yeah, putting the... no, not that. Next direct track, 3, 2, 1. All right, so now we're turning and we're turning. So, and that's the thing about the GPS should have continued. GPS, why, flight director, are you showing me that direction? Oh, that's different. Okay. I don't like it. What is it having me do? What are you freaking doing? Oh, for the love of God. Okay. Okay, that was a me problem. That was an absolute me problem. Shoot skis. Okay, so silly me. This is why we brief our approaches. And then I forgot. Oh, sorry, standard rate. We should be standard rate. That's probably half standard rate, so standard. No. Yeah, no, that's definitely not standard rate. That's gonna be standard rate right there. 022. So I assumed, or confirmation bias or whatever. Timer 1 minute. I went right for my hold instead of left, which this one is a leftwardly turn. Let's put our, so we're getting down to 2,670. So altitude. 2,000 actually is what we're gonna put in here. For now, that's our initial approach fix. Minimums. Oop, let's get back over onto our heading. Check our time, 15 seconds. I can't remember where minimums are, how I'm supposed to do this, so we are actually just going to 670. 700. There's our minute, so we turn ourselves back around. That's what it's all about. So as we're coming in, and we need to be descending at a nice gradual 500 to 600 at least. Standard rate, standard rate. Keep that nose coming down. Keep that nose not that far. Coming down. All right, our GPS is coming back in.
Class Delta below in 3.9 miles.
All right, and then the other thing I did ask. Okay, hang on. That's the other thing. Okay, approach course is 202. Are we getting our localizer? Am I missing something? Is the frequency in there? It is not. Wait. Yeah, 109.3. There it is. Now it's coming in. So, established depends on the precision. So, I'll need to remember. So yeah, so the ILS, any of the equipment, we're getting down to 2,000, any of the equipment that gets more sensitive as it gets closer to the runway, you're established at needle movement. Any of the other ones, you're established within 1 dot. And I hope I said that correctly. Oops. Little bit Letting our nose get a little bit low. Okay, so I'm also trying to teach about stuff, so this is great. Okay, so I don't know why the flight director is telling me that. Oh, hang on. Can I? Yeah, how about that? So yeah, we're coming up on our initial approach fix. We do have our GPS. So even though I'm not getting 2,000, we don't have glide slope, it appears, though. So timer. And then our missed, oops. Our missed approach point. Hang on. Oh, and that was also our final approach fix. So 1900, flaps at 1. Was that the, nope. Oh, this is gonna be tricky to get out of once we, yeah. Sorry, hang on. 670. Why is that blinking? I don't know why that's blinking. 670. $2,000 coming down. MDA now is 840. Well, and that's one of the things too. That friend instructor brought up is that, like, okay, if you were planning for like the LPV or the ILS and then all of a sudden you weren't able to do that specific one, 840, that would probably be a point of going missed.
2 mile final runway 20 and Kilo Mike Whiskey Alpha.
I'm not sinking! Shut up. I've had this issue before and I don't know why. What am I doing? I am doing just fine. I am above my mother. 840. 840 is our MDA. Well, and that's a question. What is CFII? Okay, so VDP. Are we at the VDP? VDP is 3.6 miles from, what's it? Distance is, well, let's just see if we can see it. Ah, not that one. Gosh darn it. Hang on. Yay! And then we do the thing. Okay, so we're gonna have to go over that because I had a moment. So look at this here. Hold to CFII. So hang on, let's quick land it and we'll quick go over that. Then I'll have some story times and then we'll, yeah, that's about all I got. Landing, minimums and landing. Wake up those feet and flare like a normal person, sorry. Going from instruments to visual is hard. Especially when you're over here like this and yeah, excuses. Okay, so we're gonna taxi off. So, and I guess that's the thing too, like if you lost comms and you were on an instrument approach and then you like broke out, at what point do you still watch for the gun signals, or are you getting on the ground immediately still? Like, what's the, like, cloud coverage and visibility? Ugh. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, coming back. Go, Mr. Approach. After that, oh no, absolutely not. If we're going, we wouldn't be going Mr. Approach. We'd be dive bombing that landing if that was the case. Usually, you just put something on to watch. But doesn't that make your brain continue going though? The reason I was not doing that stabilized. Oh no, looks like unusual. Absolutely not. No, there were probably some pretty close there. We talked about that earlier, so we got out of them. It is wanting the hold for the procedure turn. Yes, we did put in that we wanted the hold. So let me go in there. And yes, I know I did. Is this far enough back where I went right instead of left because assumed you liking a cheesy pizza? Who messed up? Okay, so we were trying to do a partial panel approach. And that's kind of, I don't know, that was kind of like the only way that I felt like I could do that. Turn off the flight director. I know it was doing some silly things, but it was also very nice. And there was, if it was the hold portion that we were talking about it being ugly at, that was definitely a me problem. My bad. Big eagle. I know. Terrain. Okay, but again, I was doing just freaking fine. My descent, why does it do that? I was following the approach the way that I should have been. Yeah, it was fine. Yes, it was. Well, if there was an issue, it definitely was at wind shear. We turned off the MFD. Why can't we log the approach? Hang on. Okay. If you go to it has to be through the final approach fix for simulated IMC. I'll have to double check that. Butter, yes, some chunky butter. Yes, I can't say that word, but yes, the gun signals you're landing. Right, and that's what I figured too. Like, so it is. Again, then it comes back to like if you're in VMC versus IMC or how close you are to whatever. But yeah, at that point, if it just consider it an emergency and go. Yummy cheesy pizza. I am safe to fly because of the cheesy bread. Why though? The cheesy bread should make it more safe, I would think, because that's nourishment. Can't log the IAP as a double I if it's VMC all the time. That was okay, me as the double I. But we were, well, if we were like this, we were all simulating. Well, wouldn't that, okay, for these conditions, wouldn't that be considered actual because we weren't looking? So both the autopilot, who was our student, as well as ourselves were under the hood. So does that count? But yes, no, that is an excellent point. Me as the double I cannot log unless it is in the actual. So, and I guess I should double check, look that up too. All of the conditions for logging an approach also have to be true for the double I in order for the double I to log, I assume. And I am not a double I yet. I'm working toward my double I, so it is good to be thinking of those things. But yes, I actually have a little story about that. I do. I just generally fly from the right seat. I'm trying to think of the last time that I flew from the left seat. Probably like the fall. It's just, yeah, it's just the way it is now. Okay, so let me see how, I don't think I have all that many stories. I think it's just like the one day. What was I doing? I was gonna do something though. Hang on. We're gonna finish it. We're gonna finish it quick. Hang on. So we got down. We're fine. We still can't hear anybody, maybe, perhaps. So we check the fuel again. Trim for takeoff. Flaps can go up. Landing light can go off. Still can't hear anything. And then we'd look for the light gun signal. Or we'll just look and be like, I am emergency. I am sad and lonely and scared and all of the things. And so I'm just going to taxi very carefully. And by very carefully, I mean I'm going to look down at my iPad so I can figure out what next story time is. Sorry. Logbook. Okay. Okay. So, story times. So, flew again with... Bonanza pilot. I met randomly at a random airport. We flew in his 172, however, because I might be helping bring it somewhere. Well, no. Yeah, so he needs to get his Bonanza down somewhere for something. So I would, doing that, bringing his 172 so that he can then come back. Yeah, doing that. So ferry helping. So getting familiar with that one, it's 172, 172 is a 172 is a 172. It does. It's got its certain quirks and everything. It's got harnesses, shoulder harnesses. I freaking hate shoulder harnesses. I just feel so confined. However, it's just what it is. So we ended up flying somewhere cool. Got a little, got some interesting fog. And then we look for the light gun signals. Can we proceed? We have cleared ourselves to proceed. And by cleared ourselves, I mean light gun signals. So yeah, we got to see some cool fog. Landed.
Entered runway 11, 4,100.
Saw some cool stuff. And then took off again. Picked our way through some stuff. I mean, around some stuff. And had some interesting conversation questions. Try not to say too much. Made it to another place that he's flown before. Quite a bit. And I always pack all my own food because, yeah, I've been burned before not having food with me, specifically instrument Checkride. So I always pack my own food. He needed to go get some food, so we took the courtesy car, got him some food, came back. And before all that was trying to figure out the other CFI. So that was after we found out, or the other CFI found out that the carb heat in the 150 had some issue with it. So he was taking it over that morning and was potentially going to need a ride back, so I was going to have to cut that flight short. But the person who had the 172 before me, the Constantly 172 from Work Airport, he was able to contact, or the CFI was able to contact him and have him swing by through the maintenance airport to pick him up and take him back. So that all worked out. However, I was supposed to have a lesson in the evening, and then that CFI was supposed to have a lesson after us, night lesson. So it was like, okay, so when's it going to be done? Do I need to get dropped off at that airport and fly the 150 back? And it was like, okay, yeah, that's probably going to be how it's going to be. So we're starting to book it that way because hopefully it's done in time so I can get back to Work Airport in time for my lesson. Gave a heads up to my student just in case. Made it to maintenance airport. And when we got there, the mechanic was just finishing up, had to hook some stuff up, had to have help with the cowling, screwed it all on, and I taxied out, checked the things, made sure it was good, jetted off, made it back in time, and yeah, it was a little bit late, but not too much later. We still got a good lesson in, and oh, okay, I guess there is a little bit more stories. So then my student was waiting, and I was in the right seat, and I had all this food. I had all my food. I'd packed all my food, and I didn't get to eat much of it, so I had it all stacked there, and I was trying to shovel food in before I had to go to my lesson, so I wasn't hangry during it. But then, yeah, so my student was there. He came and like kind of started helping me with the fuel, which was awesome, excellent, cool, but also there were certain things that I'm very particular about that I let him do whatever, but since it's like my stuff, like the rolling the hose up is really tight, so like I make it like real perfect so that it goes like right in where it's supposed to be, but he ends up kind of getting it to a point and then just kind of like putting the rest of the hose in. It's like so he was doing that, and I was like, no, I'm gonna do the thing. So then send him over to go get ready to start pre-flighting, and I taxi over, and I got all my stuff there. I gotta clean that up, and he like asked me, do you just always fly from the right seat now? And I'm like, yes I do. It's just habit at this point. Yes. So then we went ahead and were able to get our lesson in, and I asked, is there anything that you wanted to do? It was kind of an okay time for a little bit of crosswind stuff, so it was like I kind of wanted to start in the pattern for a little bit, but he also wanted to go back and do the stalls again, so I was like, okay, we'll do that. So we started working on the crosswind stuff, still working towards kind of him kind of finding the sweet spot for just kind of ing it in. That sounded really bad. Don't take that out of context. So like really getting it into that crosswind slot of just down into the runway, it would kind of like, he would have a good approach, and then all of a sudden, like right above the runway, it would kind of start wobbling a little bit, and he'd kind of get it back in. But that is something to work on. Did a few of those, went out, did some stalls. He locked into those a lot better, I think. And then like I demonstrated one of the power on ones just to like show that the 150 does like to break one way or the other overall in the power on stalls, but you can get it if you're really precise, just nice up and down like that. And he actually, after I demonstrated it, he was a lot more precise about it and everything. The one thing that I could mention really was he would let the nose go a little bit much on the recovery, so like kind of nose diving it. So we talked about that, and that was good, whatever. Came back in, teardrop, had to talk over that again, turned a little too close in and everything, so we went over why we do that and all that stuff. Came in, I also demonstrated an accelerated stall, if I didn't mention that. Demonstrated that so that he's kind of aware of that, because he's had a little bit of like overshooting as well as letting his turns get a little bit slow. And I've been kind of trying to drill that into him to like not let those turns get slow, especially that base final turn. And then came in, got up to the fuel, and he was on the brakes, and he was starting to do all the stuff, and all of a sudden the plane shuts off and all the avionics are still on. And this has happened before, and I think I have complained about it before. And so it was one of those moments where it was like, okay, this is the day. This is the day we have to have the conversation. So at first I was just like, okay, I wasn't quite sure what to do, but I was like, I scolded him about it for a little bit, sort of good-naturedly still, but yeah. So I did, as punishment, I made him do all the stuff by himself. I didn't help him fuel up or anything. And then I was just like a little bit quiet, just like the whole rest of the way. And I let him put the plane in by himself and everything. And I was the whole time I was like, okay, so I have to have this conversation now. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be yeah, like I was like going over all the stuff that we've kind of talked about before, trying to make sure that it's like it's firm enough, but still like, yeah, again, I don't want to be mean. So finished tucking the plane all in and everything, and I knew that there was somebody over in the FBO, so I was like, okay, I don't want to have that conversation in the FBO, so I'm gonna scold him here. And that's what I told him. I was like, all right, so I'm gonna scold you here so we can go have a nice debrief over there. He's like, okay. And so, yeah, I do. I hope I did. I tried to emphasize the checklist thing. I took the checklist out and I was like, okay, go through it, read all of it. And on one hand, it was like, I don't want to say excuse, but like he did. He just said like, I must have missed it or whatever. And it was like, okay, like that, sure, you miss it once, that's a mistake. Miss it twice, that's starting to be a pattern. So that's why I'm like coming down hard on it right now, so that we don't like go further into that pattern. So yeah, so just not just that, but also just generally use of the checklist sort of thing. And wants to be a professional pilot someday. So if you think that you're not going to be using checklists, you're going to be using checklists. Get used to the little sheet now so that you can do the big books of things. And then the other thing that I said, something like, being a better pilot doesn't mean that you don't use checklists. Using the checklist makes you a better pilot. And I liked that one. But I do. I hope that all of that came out, and I did. And he apologized too. And I'm not sure. I think I said like, and that's like, that's okay. But also that's where I brought in the whole like, okay, like, yeah, it's okay to make mistakes, okay to make errors, but once you do it more than once, that's starting to become a pattern. It's not less a mistake, less an error, and something that we have to correct. So yeah, so did that. Then we went to the FBO, did a debrief, talked about stuff, whiteboarded a little bit of stuff, and then at the end I kind of brought it up again. Just wanted to like be like, okay, I hope you're not like disheartened at all about any of that stuff. It's just kind of part of the process. I've been yelled at by my instructor. I didn't yell at him, but like I did. I've been scolded by my instructor, and it's just, if that's one of the things that I can really impress by, if that's what it needs, if the scolding is what it needs to really impress use of the checklist, that's me doing my job. So I do. I hope it seemed like it was fine, but I always get so in my head with that stuff. I don't like conflict, and it makes me feel icky, but because I just want to make sure that I didn't do too much, and I didn't do too little, but we'll find out. We'll see. So anyway, so yeah, so that was that. So I had my first sort of, what is it called? Yeah, that sort of encounter with student. So I do. We'll see. Okay, sorry. Coming back up. Just wanted to get through that day. So, Swiss cheese model on another level. Yes, that's perfect. Can't log the IP as a CFI if it's VMC all the time. Well, yes, yeah. Well, okay. So now I'm trying to find the loopholes. because again, like, well, so okay, we were simulating actual pause. How do I put this? So we're simulating Checkride, right? So I don't know how this is gonna go. But if I am the double I and I am under the hood, I'm still pilot flying and under the hood, so I would be able to log that. And when I say simulating actual, I don't mean simulated instrument. I mean, we're simulating that we're getting actual, that we're in actual, because we had lost comms. And, oh no, we didn't. Oh my God, you know what I just realized? We didn't have lost comms. Just like we didn't have lost nav, we didn't have lost comms. Oops. My bad. Oh, we did. We talked about that. Okay. What if your double eye is crunching on that cheesy bread right next to you when you're shooting a goddamn chicky approach? I said, it's that late. I said the unladylike thing. I didn't censor myself. Oh no. Well, that's just part of the double eye. It's that distraction thing, right? That's what we gotta do, is we gotta get you practiced with distractions so that, yeah. Because there's things that are gonna happen. You're not gonna be, what's it called? You're not gonna be prepared for. So you prepare for it by, yeah, distracting that student. Cheesy bread story time! Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, I did not get any cheesy bread. Not recently. Some soft field taxiing. Oh, nose up? Do some wheelies? I've done that with my students. My student has done that, or sorry, my number one instructor did that with me early on, and so I've done that with my students. The one time we were in the what is it called? The constant speed 172, and that thing's got some power behind it, right? I was showing a wheelie to one of my students in that one, and we may have lifted off just a little bit. So that was fun. Can log the IIP as double I if it's IMC. Yes, exactly. Bonanza pilot, yes. So it was just, I had decided to go to an airport for my own personal flying, practicing different things, going to different airports. And yeah, he showed up in his 172 and he showed me his Bonanza, and we exchanged contact info, and we're like, he needs to get time, I need to get time. He needs instrument time specifically, and he doesn't have a whole lot of people around his airport, like any. So yeah, we started flying together, and it's been good. So yeah, like really weird networky sort of things. So yeah. Long taxi, it was a long taxi, long runway. Do we have a parachute? We did not in here. Nope, not for this one. That is only if, let me think, 30 degrees, intentional 30 degrees pitch up or down, as well as over 60 degrees of bank. Correct me if I'm wrong. What types of approaches do you prefer personally, if available and possible, that is? The precision ones, the ILS. Well, I mean, RNAV, because that's easy. You don't have to switch to green needles. You don't have to remember the $500 button. Gonna revoke your cert? No! Pack the cheese bread, yes! Night, good night. ILS always, yeah. I mean that is, like, that's the one that's gonna get you the lowest for the most part, but then you have that LPV, if possible. And that's the thing. So next time I do want to go over what for instructor and I went over, which is gonna be our final story time. Like all of the different approaches and all the different things that go with them, and categorizing them out. It was super helpful understanding all of those things and getting it in some sort of an order. So I don't want to be mean, proceeds to be a little bit mean. I know, like, I know. But like, I mean, it's one thing being mean and the other being like firm. Like, needed a little bit of a, like again, I have been scolded. And this is one of the things that I told him too, is the reason I am so particular about it is because the examiner that he's going to be going with yelled at me, like actually kind of yelled at me during my commercial check ride for not using the checklist as much as I should have been. So that's one thing that I said to him too, is that I am going to yell gently at you now so that you don't get into that bad habit, or so that you can develop that good habit now before you get to commercial. You know what I mean? So, and again, there are certain things I've been scolded by my instructors. I have had them pull things that I look back, like, again, the one that keeps coming back to me is my multi-instructor. I can't fully remember. I don't know. I feel like he didn't talk about the double fuel pumps and how don't turn off both fuel pumps at once, do one at a time. I feel like he didn't talk about that. And so when I turned both fuel pumps off at once, he cut my engine. And so, like, I freaked out and started going through oh God, secure the engine process. And he's like, no, just undo what you just did. And I was like, okay, so if you would have told me that, I would have known that and I would have done that. But would have I? So on one hand, it still ticks me off that he didn't tell me first, probably. But on the other hand, have I ever forgotten that now? No, I haven't. So it is. There are certain things that you got to do as an instructor to, like, get things to stick. And that is one of the things that I do want to get to stick with my student. So if I have to be a little bit more firm, I'm going to be a little bit more firm. You like to flow and then back it up with the checklist. I'm totally with that as well. But that is the thing, is he literally had the checklist there and was apparently reading it and didn't do it. So that, yes, I am. I'm totally all for that. But yeah, that's not the way it went there. So we are robots bound to miss things if aren't ensuring probability of failure is low. Checklist always. Yes, exactly. And I do kind of feel like it's one of those things that I think this is just a thing for certain people, is, like I said, like, thinking that not using a checklist means you're a good pilot. And it's like, no, it's like the complete and total opposite. Just like talking really fast on the radio means you're a good pilot. No, that also is not what you can talk efficiently, but you also have to talk in a way that people can understand you, enunciate. So it's just things like that. Lifting off wheelie, the things we don't tell. Yeah, exactly. I mean, hypothetical. WASs are very precise. No autopilot limitation. Oh, okay. So that is something that that's another one of the things that friend instructor and I talked about, is that whole, like, the WAS thing. So, and this is, I'm still making sure that I'm getting this correct. So RAIM receive, because during my instrument check ride, the WAS, the RAIM was what my examiner, like, dug in on and kind of got me on, because I didn't really fully understand it, because the GPS that I had didn't have WAS. So I didn't really go into it. But so the RAIM, receiver autonomous integrity monitoring, is the receiver's self-monitoring. The WAS, wide area augmentation system, is, let me think. I wrote some stuff down too, because for instructor mentioned, like, SBAS is what it's called everywhere else, except Merca. And then GPS is Merca, GNSS is everywhere else, right? So yeah, so then WAS, wide area augmentation system, is the satellites doing their own checking and then sending it to the receivers that have that capability. Correct? And then I'm not even all that great proficiently generally with the autopilot, so autopilot limitations with WAS. Interesting. Okay. Make him check 121.5 before shutting down, and you are, sure he'll never miss the avionics again. Interesting. I should bring that up. Okay. Or at least that was a good reminder for you. Let me take a picture. All these things that I need to remember. And that's the thing, is I do. Getting my one student ready for Checkride soonish, I'm like, okay, I feel really good about him. He's very conscientious and everything, but I'm like, okay, I'm not perfect. What have I missed? What have I missed for him? So I want him to get, like, a mock check ride in with, I was hoping for instructor, but I don't know if he's gonna have the time now anymore. So, but otherwise, yeah, to kind of get a more experienced CFI to kind of, like, find those little cracks that I haven't. So yeah. Safety makes you a good pilot. Exactly. It's all about the safety factor. Again, so, and I will say this. He's a senior in high school. So, like, there is, I assume, that sort of, like, wanting to be the cool factor, wanting to have that cool factor there. And we've had this conversation before. But, like, so I get it, but at the same time, it's like, this is, like, you do gotta, like, adjust your thinking here a little bit. So, yeah. I had a GPS for IFR Checkride. Must be nice. Yes, exactly. I mean, is it really? Because again, that $500 button can get you. If you don't have it, then you got to figure out something else. You know what I'm saying? Satellite system of U.S. basically. U.S. government own anything, but not sure. Right. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Yes. Just check 121.5 to make sure the ELT isn't going off. Yes, exact. Right. And if it is, then we very quickly get inside so that nobody can find. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yes. So then, I guess final. Well, we'll quick shut down. Okay, so finishing Checkride, I guess. So post flight, like I said, I haven't thought about anything different when it comes to an IFR shutdown ? So I guess I'll just, I don't know, kind of quick look. Let me get the checklist back up. Where was it? Where was it? Use my home airplane checklist, because that's the only one I have on here. All right, so we put our flaps up, our carb heat off, strobes off, landing light off. We can turn all that stuff off, I guess. There. Strobes can go off. Put our taxi light, nav light. We'll turn our taxi light off. Beacon can... Nav lights can start going off. Pitot heat we didn't use, but we'll make sure that that's up. I clicked the button. There. Pitot heat's off. Trim for takeoff. Transponder is on standby. Our avionics go off. Look at that. Avionics are off. Mixture fully. Okay, so I like to do all the electronics. So electronics. Okay, there isn't anything else. Liquids. Whee! Continue and flow. There. And then hopefully we would be sitting here and like last time. So it's the same examiner that I took my initial with. And he'll probably ask, well, how do you think that went? And I'll say, well enough to pass. My usual go-to is like, there are things that could improve, but yeah, it went all right. Things that can be improved, but yeah. And then he'll, go over some stuff probably, and then he'll be like, all right, yay, there you go. And then I will probably cry again. I totally, yep. I was just like, oh, I was so happy to be done with initial, and I'm going to be so happy to be done with this. But I want to be ready as well. So, yeah. And then he'll go inside, and then I can stop being so precise, and I can do what I really do. I'm kidding. We'll go out, we'll chalk it, tie it down maybe. Don't have a pitot cover, so eek. Control lock, potentially. Make sure everything's locked up tight. Go in and get our certificate. Oh God, I'm so looking forward to it. But again, I don't want to get too like excited and just like, okay, look, come on, let's get it done, because then I won't get it done, and then I'll, yeah. I did everything right. Yeah, we're good. Main menu. All right, continue. Okay, so instructor, he's week on, week off for his big boy flying job. So he's got other stuff going on as well. He was not able to, he was going to be able to do either today or tomorrow. But weather was like a question mark. So it was like, it was going to be like, yeah. So he had another student who was gonna do some flying, and he booked it with my instructor for like a chunk. And so for instructor's like, so hey, let's plan for this time, but because he has it booked for it. They're not gonna fly that long. So I was like, okay, I'll plan on that. And so day comes, and I'm all planned. It was hair washing day today, so I had to wash my hair, and it's just one of those things. And it was apparently where the other student had canceled, so it was like, okay, so is the weather gonna be good enough or not? And it was like, well, like kind of maybe, but also it'd be better if I could get there quickly. But I was also like, and he is up at a different airport, so he didn't even actually come to work airport. So it was like, okay, so then so I would have to fly in potentially not terrible weather, but just like maybe just a little bit over what my current comfort level is. I know it can be done. It's just, I don't know. I'm still, I still do have certain limits just because I haven't fully gone so far myself. So I didn't want to get potentially also stuck up at that airport with, if it got even worse than it said it was going to. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I had also left my laptop at work airport because I was gonna go do GPS updates. So I was gonna have to swing by work airport and then go up to his airport. So then I was like, okay, so if we're just gonna do ground, should we just try for the next day when it also isn't looking good, but maybe it might work? But I was like, yeah. So I did. I kind of wanted to get it done that day. I was already almost ready and everything. And I was like, well, maybe we still could go fly. Because he did. He was like, he could drive to work airport so that it might make that a little bit easier. And I was like, that would be nice. Thank you. So we planned on that. Get there. And it's not as bad as it was going to be. So it was like, okay. So we were planning on just doing the ground, but like I went over to the hangar and he's like, which hangar are we in? And I was like, well, I was kind of hoping. So we did. We were able to get some avionics, at least look at that a little bit and everything. But then it was like, he was making me make the decision and everything. And I was like, okay, so like, he said, if he wasn't there, would I go flying? And I was like, I can't remember at the time, no-ish, maybe? Like the very current conditions, sure, but what it was supposed to kind of be, I was like, And then I asked him, like, we went and we were doing the ground stuff, and I asked him, I was like, would you have gone flying? And he was like, and I was like, God dang it! So, yeah, that was, yeah. So we did. We talked about the stuff we went over with the avionics. And then I just had I had a bunch of questions. I'm not sure we fully talked about that first question, but yes, definitely deep diving in the different approaches, what they all mean and everything. We got into like RNP stuff. And yes, next time he did make a really nice chart for me that I'll try and put on here maybe, or I'll recreate myself on here. And it's all about like is it a DA? Is it an MDA? Is it a precision? Is it not? Is it, does it require RAM? Does it require WAS? And something else. And then, yes, we got into like the deflection stuff. How are you actually established? And it depends on what that equipment is actually doing. Is it getting more sensitive as you get closer to the runway? Because then that is first sign of needle movement. If it is not getting more sensitive as you go to the runway, it is when you're 1 dot deflected. And then I did after that, he eventually had to leave. I obviously had so many more questions, but he had to leave again. So then I went and did GPS updates, and that went fine-ish. There's just like certain things where you plug it in and it's like, oh, there's an error. And then you take it back out, you plug it in again. Oh, there's an error. You plug it back in. Oh, there's an error. Plug it back in. And oh, now it decides to work. And then other stuff where I don't know what happened to some of the SD cards. It keeps wanting to revert it back to an old database. And yeah, so anyway, that's fun. Anyway, sorry. Coming back. I did. I just wanted to finish that up. I think that's everything. So I have well, we'll see what happens in the next week, but I have somewhat of a plan for next time that I kind of want to do, is going over, yeah, all of those approach things. And then there was something else. Yeah, I'll try to get my lesson plans up. And we'll do some lesson plan. Oh, I'm sorry, I have that thing on. We'll try to get, yeah. I would like to get, I don't want to say feedback. I would like to get some practice. And if I get feedback on it, that's just a perk, right? So yeah, and other than that, we'll kind of just start working into more. I'll try and get more information about how the flow is actually going to go. And then we'll get Dice Turtle of Destiny up for some of the stuff. And yeah, anyway. Okay, sorry, going. Your DP was a 90-plus-year-old woman who was a massive worth that you can't say, oh no! Okay, and that's the thing is, so like, actually, cause I will say I have actually not had a bad DP. I've only had 3 DPs. Let me make sure that's correct. Yeah, 3 DPs. And I've liked all of them. Even the one that yelled at me, he was perfectly right in doing so. And like I said, it has stuck with me, and that's a good thing. So what, but I've heard stories about like bad DPs, and I always worry about that. But sad. I'm sad, but I mean, you was, so you obviously passed though. How to do? Oh, that was a strange sound. There's a very interesting video on different types of approaches. Yes, link it in Discord. Thank you. Helped you a ton, might be useful. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is something that I should have been doing. I didn't really think about that. I've been working on Backseat Pilot. I have Pilot's Cafe, Backseat Pilot, and that's basically what I've been doing. Is I've just been using Backseat Pilot to make my lesson plans. And I have not been looking at videos and articles and all sorts of things like that. And that usually is very helpful for me. So that will be definitely helpful for me. Appreciate that a lot. Also, I'm getting ready for my double-ed check ride. You're very close to yours for check ride. If I'm comfortable, and feel free to say no, it is not instruction. Would I be agreeable to do? Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. I would like to, because I have, again, it's not instruction. It would be, like I want to, like, guinea pig for me as well as different perspective for you. But then I also don't want to, like, throw you off at all. We could try. That will also help me get more into like a because I haven't actually. I do need to get more into like the syllabus idea, like really go. I have like the basic sort of bare bones thing, but yeah, be thinking about how all that stuff needs to go a little bit more than just. I'm not going to be throwing PowerPoints at students. It's going to be, yeah, as the things come. So maybe we shall see. Like, I don't want to commit to anything just because I will say too, it is going to start getting a little bit busier for me coming up here as well, because how's it going to go? I have a couple of flights. I need to get in. Like everybody's getting free to do stuff, or like, so I have a student who's gonna be, I have to get in touch with that student. They said, hello, Red Baron Flies, thank you for the raid. How is it going? How is your stream? And welcome. What were you doing as well? That thing, I knew I was missing something. Hope you're well. You're coming in right at the tail end. Was just finishing up story time. We're about to go into the Lil Nav map, but appreciate you coming in. Sorry we don't have the plane up at all. Looking raid, and excellent. That's cool. I like that. Yes. So yes, okay, what was I going? Yes, so like for some reason, middle of May is when everybody's like, oh yeah, we can do stuff again. So yeah, my one post Checkride, now private pilot, who I had nothing to do with signing off and sending off to Checkride. Yeah, now gonna apparently starting to be more available. I have a couple of flights that I've been meaning to do for like a year now. Potentially supposed to be more available middle of May, and then I'm going to be flying up at instrument school just for like one lesson, I think, for just to get some multi-time, because I have some money left in my account. It's been like 3 years maybe 2 years, 2 or 3 years, and I have money left in my account up there, and figured I might as well use multi-time or get some multi-time out of it. So I will say, like, the next, and then the Bonanza pilot that I'm flying with, he needs to start getting nighttime. He needs to get like 80 hours of nighttime in. So, and he's gonna be available starting not next week, but the week after that is when he's gonna start trying to crank it out. So, oh no. Okay. I always have to like check if I don't know who. Okay, so yeah, so number one instructor is currently on a trip. So whenever I hear the Mayday and I know one of my instructors is flying, I'm like, oh God, I better check. Otherwise I'm gonna be, I'll be worrying. Haven't had it happen yet, but. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, minor story that's not even mine, but it's somewhat interesting. No, not somewhat interesting. It is interesting. Where's the thing? Lil Lab map. That's what I'm trying to do. Sorry. Here we go. There we go. What was I saying? Oh God. So yeah, so I was just gonna say, like, so my, again, as what is it? As not scheduled as my schedule is right now, it's, we'll see what starts happening next week. But I would like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, in theory, that would be awesome, but we'll see. Taking the 170B from Virginia to your home airport. Yay! How'd that go? Wind started kicking your butt. Oh no, 40 knot headwind at 3,000 feet. So you were backwards racing the cars below. Oh no! So did you have to readjust your fuel planning and do an unplanned fuel stuff and do all of that stuff, or was it okay? No worries, you'll message okay and can arrange, and if it doesn't work, sounds good. It would be cool to get a different perspective, and you're sure that if I don't know the answer, you will find the correct. Yes, and that would get me more confident, because I remember, like, in initial instruction when I was first starting to instruct, there were like a lot of things where it would come up and I would be like I feel like I know the answer, or like it was just like a lot more difficult right away to, how do I put this? Like right now I have this stuff down like a lot better because you go over the same stuff a lot. The same stuff comes up, and so now I know like I'm more versed in like exactly where to find stuff or exactly what the wording is, and I'm a lot more comfortable with that stuff. Whereas like this stuff, I wouldn't be yet. So it would help me get better with that, so that yeah, I'd be more comfortable, even in Checkride. We'll see. I would definitely like to. We'll see. Okay, so we taxied from here, maybe? Yeah, so we taxied, and then we went this way, and we took off from this one, and we took off, and we climbed, and we put the autopilot on. And then, what did we do? Why did we do that? Oh, we talked about, yeah, we just kind of went through the, oh God, you can't see. Sorry. I guess we'll redo that. Stopped about 25 nautical miles short of the destination. Probably could have made it, but you need to stand up. Also did the stupid. It landed with a 24 knot crosswind. Well, you did say you landed though, so excellent. And that is like, you do. I talked about this with Bonanza Pilot too. You never want to be that person that runs out of fuel. Like there's been times where I've been like pushing it a little bit, but then like I don't want to get that close, and then I'll like test it, and it's like I had like 45 minutes plus left, and I was just bopping around my airport. So yeah, like, but yeah, because you hear those stories where people like run out just short. So that was definitely a good choice. I know you're right, but getting out of the books a little bit could definitely be helpful as well. So instead of just being in my own little hidey hole studying stuff, actually getting that practical would be good. So we shall see. I would like to, but also I hate committing to things right now, because then I don't do it and then I feel bad. If I don't do it, I should say, then I feel bad. You like to err on the side of caution with fuel. Absolutely, definitely. Yeah, no, that is the good choice to make. And there have been like certain times where like I mentioned this one before, where I had been planning to go in a 172 and I had to take the 150 instead. And so I did the same sort of a route that I usually do with the 172, which is usually full, whereas the 150 was 8 and 8. So I was comfortable doing that route until I remembered, oh, I'm in the 150, which has a lot less fuel. And yeah, I was like watching those gauges as I was coming back. And that was the time where it was like I had like almost an hour left of fuel, and was right there at the airport. But yeah, it was like, you'd rather have a couple of things. What's the saying? The 3 most useless things is the altitude above you, the runway behind you, and the fuel in the fuel truck. So make sure you retain all of those as much as possible. So yeah, no, excellent choice. Yeah, so sorry I didn't have the thing up. So we taxied, we came down, we decided we didn't want to cross any runways at the Towered Airport, so we took off, turned the autopilot on. We talked about the PTS, the different tasks, the straight and level flight, turns, climbs, descends. Some of them I skipped. I'll have to come back to and practice again to make sure I'm ready for that. And then we did unusual attitudes, which I practiced with instructor a week or so ago. And then I think that went okay. I mean, there were certain things I got a little tongue-tied, and that, yeah, keep going. And then we started talking, so then we started talking like lost comms as well as partial panel. We cut the MFD, had some misunderstandings, my bad. And then came back, we did some of the ATC stuff to make sure I'm practicing that stuff properly. And then had to hand fly once we cut the so we cut the bus 2, the electrical bus 2, or avionics bus 2. Yeah, avionics bus 2, whether there's a difference or not. So yeah, the autopilot didn't work, so we were hand flying it. Oh darn. And so yes, came to our initial approach fix. We had some altitude to lose because we thought we had lost comm, so we were staying high. And so we stayed in the hold for one turn to lose that altitude. However, if you turn your head, for those of you who didn't see the approach brief, so usually holds are right hand, so you make right hand turns. We briefed the approach, noticed it was left hand turns, and I messed up, forgot that it was left hand turns, and I started doing the right hand turns and was so shocked and appalled that the GPS was taking me the wrong direction until I remembered. Well, I looked at the plate and saw that it was a left hand turn. So that's what this and then that is. Got back on to the localizer, and we didn't have the glide path, so we had to switch to localizer only, not the ILS. So then we came in and we were getting terrain warnings, even though we were following it just fine, and I don't understand why. Oh, I have to be like in approach mode or something. Do I have to like click approach mode if I'm... and then it'll not be angry at me? Oh, okay. I don't know if that's correct. I just assume maybe. So we landed. Yeah, we landed. And then we taxied. And then we crossed the runway, pretending that we had lost comms. And then I think eventually we figured out that we didn't actually have lost comms. Ah, so silly. And then we parked. And here we are. And I think that's it. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yes, exactly. Feel the pump, runway behind, altitude above. You're officially onto your 5th instructor. Can I ask why? If not, that's fine. That's fine. But no, like, good one though now? How's it going? Send a private message, sounds good. Yes, no, absolutely, that's good. Perfect. And you too, at least kinda. Okay, and that's one of the things. Bonanza Pilot was he was in a school that it was multiple aircraft, multiple instructors, things like that. And he actually liked having the multiple instructors, getting different perspectives and things like that. Throughout like my initial training, I did not want more than one instructor because I didn't want more. I wanted like a really solid foundation, just like follow this stuff and build from there. And like now, like I definitely recognize the value of multiple instructors, but I do like having started out with just the one, well, and one substitute. Because the other thing is my again post Checkride private pilot student is like, she went through a bunch of different instructors, and then it took her a lot longer. Again, it wasn't the same school, so it was probably not like similar standards and stuff like that, or just like understanding where, like, trading notes and knowing where students are at and stuff. So it took her like a lot longer, and I think there were different misunderstandings because of all of the different information coming in. So yeah, I can definitely see the pros and cons. But yeah, definitely. I do. Every instructor that I've had, there's at least one thing that like I kind of revert back to or remember for specific things. So your CFI double I quit halfway through your instrument rating, so you're a group project now. Well, and again, and I will say, like with the instrument stuff specifically, that was when I did start having more instructors. And I wasn't too keen on it. However, like I said, I've learned something, whether for good or bad, from each of them. Because now that I'm remembering, so specifically my instrument rating, so I started like first half-ish with number one instructor, and then he had to go to training, so I went to a flight school a little ways away to continue, and I started with the chief instructor, pilot, whatever, there, and that was good, but eventually he wasn't always available. So then, and I don't know, he started putting me with like other instructors as well, and one of them was what was it? Was something to do with the hold, where I think he told me you had to so from what I knew, what I had been told, going cross the initial approach fix, turn, procedure turn, that's your procedure turn. If it's a hold and load procedure turn, just do teardrop, parallel, whichever it is. If that, and you go back to the initial approach fix, that is your procedure turn, and you continue. I believe he was trying to tell me that you had to go through the full hold again and then go in. There was something that I was very specifically, I knew was something else, and he said the opposite, and I was like, I don't really like that very much. He was a younger one, so that was the other thing too, is like, I want a more experienced instructor and everything. But like there are the opposite side of that is like the younger, the newer CFIs, double I's, are the ones who are more recent with stuff. So segue into my primary multi-instructor, 20,000 some instructing hours, and an interesting character. There's a lot of new stuff that he isn't necessarily aware of. So he even said, and like that's kind of fine because I am an instructor as well. I need to know this stuff, and I can know this stuff. He said, you need to make sure that I'm kind of doing all the stuff, making sure we have all the requirements that you need. And so I was like, okay, I can do that. So yeah, and I didn't understand how quickly that could happen until I became an instructor. And then now there's things that I studied for like a year or so. I guess it was probably only a year. And now they're different. And it's ticking me off. But yeah, so anyway, that's a tangent, sorry. The last one left before he could sign you on for your Checkride. Dang it. So like, where are you at? So like, so you have another instructor now though? Have you started? Cause that is that issue that I had with my one student who went through so many instructors, is that they would keep like kind of starting over. And that was kind of my issue, is like, I didn't want to do that either, but at the same time, the way that I assumed the Checkride was gonna go, I was like, I wouldn't feel potentially comfortable with getting that pass with the way some of the maneuvers were. So it was like, I don't want to be another one of those that like starts over, but if that's what it's got to be, that's what it's got to be. And I did. I wasn't sure. I was like, okay, so I'm still kind of new and everything. And apparently she's gotten checked off with different things with other people. And I'm like, am I just being like too picky about stuff? And it's like, well, but that's the thing. That's got to be my, I don't know. I got to make that decision. Do I want my name in that book if I think that it's gonna, I don't know, it might go somewhere. Oh no. Might go somewhere where it shouldn't. You know what I mean? So, yeah, anyway. Sorry, tangents, and I'm like way too freaking sleepy to like stop myself. So stop me. Quit the school entirely. You should clarify. Oh no. Okay. Feel like there's a story behind that. Oh, okay. What? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm like, I feel like prying a little bit, but I won't pry. Won't pry. But that sucks. And I don't know. Yeah. I'm like at the point where my brain is starting to come down off of the what is it called? Yeah, like the focus on the aircraft and everything. Like, even though I wasn't flying the aircraft for a little bit, now that I'm like really not doing the stuff and I'm starting to, we're really ending the stuff. Oh, my brain is shutting down and realizing how fatigued it is, and it's deciding to tell me. And I will, that is, I always go back to this. The school that I went to for a little while for my instrument finished up with #1 instructor, but the school that I went to for a little bit, where am I going? Browse. He did one of the lessons we did. He just started taking everything away, every instrument, all of the things. I think he gave me like a intercepting the DME arc in the middle of it or something, and yeah, like all sorts of stuff, just like threw everything at me, and I was just doing it as we went. And then once we got onto the ground, I was like, okay, I was okay. But then we like got onto the ground and I was like, I'm not okay. It was a lot. And it just like that fatigue is sneaky. Sneaky. Anyway, sorry again. You literally need to do the Checkride. That is it. You need to schedule with him. You just met him in a meeting for another project you're doing with the flight club. You're a new instructor. Okay. So so there is, it's not like you guys are somewhat familiar with each other. Sorry, I think I know where we're going already. Yay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, yep. This is where we're going. Perfect! Sometimes it takes me so long, and now just boom, got it. I really hope. I've had the issue before where they're like, I'll pick somebody to raid, and then I click the raid button, they're like, oh, you can't raid this person. I'm like, dang it. Can type. But yes, I do. I hope that goes well. And yeah, I hope it goes quickly. And I look forward to hearing how it goes. Have you talked to like examiners at all yet? Or do you have like an in school one or something? What is that called? In-house? There's definitely a story, but it's too much. Okay, sounds good. Both of you. Yes, exactly. I'm sorry. We are. We're getting there. You are. You built a plane together in high school. Well. Okay. So I do. I feel like that will be. That makes me feel optimistic because it's like then you guys are familiar with each other enough that it's not something where you meet somebody new, you really got to kind of test them out to like find those weak spots and even like personality quirks that you might be worried about. Whereas, yeah, that I do. I'm going to feel optimistic for you, and we're going to send those good vibes out. And yes, hope to hear some news soon. Yes. I do. Good luck with that. I do. I hope it goes well. And that's really cool though too. You built a plane together in high school. I'm so caught up on the other stuff. I didn't fully like register that part again because brain. That is very cool. Very cool. Yes. Thanks for being here. And yes, next time, like again, I don't want to like throw anything out there, but like I do think I kind of want to I'm gonna go with Sunday or Monday is what I think is going to work. If Sunday or Monday doesn't work, I don't think I'll be able to do it next week. So I'm gonna try to get it done early next week. So maybe potential plan there, unless something changes. Unless something changes. But as of now, that's kind of how it's looking. I've been trying to get trying to get my schedule down a little bit earlier in the week beforehand. Anyway, yeah, so. Okay, sorry. You had one you were going to go to, but since you never got the sign off. Well, so for my CFI initial, I got, how did it go? I got scheduled, and I was supposed to get signed off at one point, but then I didn't get signed off, so then I wasn't going to be signed off for that. So then it was just, oh, can we reschedule? And so we rescheduled. So, at least being on the roster would be a good thing. If you are like being that close, get on the roster, especially if they're, if they're busy. Usually they're like busy. So like, yeah, when I finally contacted, okay, so the owner of the 150 suggested waiting for the examiner that I'm using for my student's private Checkride, waiting for like that my students will be ready within 2 weeks, because the examiner that we go to is either super, super busy, or he could be like, oh, all right, do you want to do it like next week? Sort of a thing. So I didn't want to go too early, but then he was booked out a month out. So talking to your instructor, be like, so, hey, I was about to be signed off. Do we think that you could get comfortable with me? What's the time frame for that? And then kind of, if it's like say like a month, maybe, or even less, depending on how much time you get to fly. If it's less than a month, I would, try and get on the schedule with the DPE. You can always reschedule. Maybe that's good advice. Maybe that's not. I don't know anymore. So before I try to give any more advice that could potentially be, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily bad advice, but at the same time, I don't know. Well, I do. I do. In my current state, I do. I think I would definitely get it scheduled, because like if you can get signed off fairly quickly, you're going to want to be on you're going to want to have that date so that you don't have to then wait a long time again. So, all right. Good luck. I do. I hope it goes well. And yeah. Whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I'll check the things. Let me look. Make sure I don't miss anything. If I do miss anything, I'm sorry. Brain is mush. Nathan's Planes and Red Baron Flies, thank you for the raids. I appreciate you guys. Check them out, everybody else. And yeah, got a raid looking like a good one, I think. Some general aviation flying. Surprising at this time. Anecdotal experience, not advice. Yes, okay. I like that. I need to remember that as well. So yeah. Yeah, all the other stuff. Thanks for being here, putting up with me, my shenanigans and my sillinesses and delirium. And yeah. Said that part. Have fun in the raid. I'll be going to bed. And have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all of the good things. Have a great Friday and weekend. And yeah, potentially see you earlier. Potentially and hopefully see you early next week. So yeah. Oh, heart. So I think that's it. So have fun in the rain. Thank you so much. And bye.